The interwebs. It looks like things are working okay. Well, that means computers things. I don't know if I'm working okay. But hey, it's morning. I'm waking up. Oh, I never did post. No, I did post that. I gotta make others. Man. Okay, well, let's play this. Let's look around here at decisions. Hello, John. How are you doing today? Well, we have an infantry division. It's one without an HQ because we prepared for this with this here. Let's deploy this. Let's grab this and hit R. And then we'll move all of these. I'm doing reasonably well, just waking up, so it's not a bad thing. It just means I'm not fully functioning yet, if you get my meaning. So feeling well and all that kind of stuff, just getting up and going, as it were. Okay, well, I think, well, let's look. Yeah, just the Royal Tank Regiment's attacking us. Okay, nothing attacking there. Okay, they're no longer attacking the west wall. And these guys can start marching around there. They're not ready to go into combat yet, obviously. But maybe by the time they get somewhere, they will be. Yeah, they're slamming into me with one division, second armored. It's going to fall apart fairly soon. That may fall apart sooner. Okay, well. Okay, we're not doing terribly well up here. We're not planning on moving that into the front line, but well, we'll move that in that general direction. Well, that can be hooked to our Luftwaffe network. Came in via event. Yeah, okay, Luftflotte 2, I guess. Okay, Panzer Corps. We haven't used yet. I'm just sort of, I don't know, we can move here. I'm not super worried or anything, but just sort of like going, this could be a problem if they start breaking out. Okay, we have no fortifications there, just single factory. These guys are in good shape, so we're going to let's send one division down this way. These two and the cavalry regiment of the HQ will attack here. Actually, no, we're going to send you down here because you, while you march, you can sort of like get reorganized and get reinforcements in. Okay, well, okay, we don't need this here anymore because we already have a garrison force there. They can come down to here because they're eventually sort of destined to guard some of these ports. All right, save ourselves from bad choices. What do we have just sitting back here? Okay. Well, let's look at our production schedule here. Okay, we have some divisions. They'll be coming in July and August. And, well, they might get here in time for the Battle of France. So we will pick another... I know we have like 2 divisions there. So let's just pick 2 more. And we'll move them this way, the HQs. Another Flieger Corps that has Richthofen in. Let's attach him to the local float there. Okay, I don't know if there's anything else back here I want to move up. And like I say, I'm far from panicked. Well, okay, these guys are in fairly good shape. So these guys can start walking up there. I just want to contain these units until, you know, France all falls apart and things, and then we can effectively come up and crush everything. Okay. Yes, the only unit here not doing something. Okay. Yeah, let's... Now here we're pushing into Brussels pretty heavily. Let's see if there's armor units. Okay, you've been basically exhausted. How close are we to getting Brussels? Not terribly. Yeah, they have our... Yeah, but you know, we might just... decide to add some... close air support and other bombers. You stop unit attacking. You stop doing your thing. You're not ready to go offensive yet. Okay, let's take a look at the air map mode. We have a big air base there. That's what I was looking for. Let's get out of the air map mode. I know you're on the front line, but we'll move you there just because I want some closer fighter operations. There we go. We'll move Adolf Gallen's force forward. You can stop naval striking. You can stop naval striking. I don't know that we need too much more naval striking right now because we've got the forces that we wanted across the way. Here. I think we're going to win up in Norway, so let's shift you. Yeah, we can shift you over to this air base here. They're still in good shape, so they're going to keep naval striking. Okay, they can ground attack here as well. Well, thank you. I don't know that I'm the best player ever. Oh my God is a very, very good player. If you ever watched, he's only done one playthrough series of Hoi 3, but he was spectacular. And good morning, Arno. How are you doing? Yes, you have arrived. And that is great. Okay, you're going to push into here along with this. And maybe loop up to there. Okay, we have some forces not currently advancing. Okay, they're, I guess, shattered already. They're still fighting. We're almost fighting. They're going to collapse very soon, so I don't need to particularly push there. Oh, we have Paris down that way. So these motorized infantry units. This motorized infantry unit. And basically another motorized infantry unit, Liebstandart now, but it will move very fast. You come down that way. Okay, I think that is, everything has a little arrow of some sort there, so it's all going, 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 going. Just trying to get everything ready to burst out. Okay, they're being defended, but I think they may be able to take them. They're pushing in there. How long until? Oh, a long time. Okay, now yes, we're back to here. Okay. That's going to take that soon. Okay, how many divisions we have? We have 3 armored divisions to assign to things that aren't currently doing something. Oh, I'm feeling fine, just waking up. It's not so, I'm not tired, just still sort of morning wake up. Thank you. I do appreciate the very kind words. Okay. Let's put you, we're going to reinforce the attack here on the Afrique. Just because I want to keep pressure up everywhere. And maybe come down this way. Alright, you're going to join this push into, well, maybe into there. There's this big pile of units moving to the back, and I don't know what their condition is. What well, I guess we can start doing is moving some units like this, because they're no longer being pushed, fortunately. And I don't think they're going to have huge stacks to push like they were before. We need units to keep open our breakthroughs. Because even the French eventually can get things organized. Well, most of your divisions are down that way. They're being engaged. All right. Well, what do we have back here? Oh, just that heavy artillery piece. Now let's look up at Norway. Reports are garrisoned like we want. We'll need to create a command structure up there eventually. They're pushing, they're pushing, they're pushing. And against the force that's about ready to just collapse. I think we take Bergen. I think we win up here. We might have Remnant. British forces to mess with, but that's about it. They're chasing up here. They're pushing down there. Right, that's good. I want to save all this work that I've done. Getting things ready, steady to go for the stream, just in case something goes. No, I'm going to look right here. We are pushing this way, good. Okay, they're pushing against that. Doesn't look like we're going to take it though, but okay. But yeah, I think this is what we're going to be steadied with. Okay, let's make an episode here. For those not able to catch these things live. Welcome, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 10.41. Now, I hear you all say, where's TRE, damn it? Where's Third Reich events? We want Third Reich events, and I hear you. I hear you. Well, one, we did need to play, I mean, it's best to play all the way through, but we did need to play the basic Black Ice here to see sort of how things changed and feel before you start modifying it. You should have some idea of it. That's part of the holdup. Part of the holdup, quite honestly, is lots of stuff sort of going on with me. Not that anything was really bad or wrong or anything like that, but just some things I've been having to deal with the last few weeks. They're just taking up some time. And so, yeah, really not much work has been done on it. One of the major holdups still is I want to get back to, and I haven't done the detailed work of getting it working, of being able to have 8 brigade divisions. So we're going to, that's part of the holdup. And what the problem with that is it's starting to do things that I'm not technically comfortable, technical wise comfortable with. So where just some of the other stuff I am comfortable working with, so it's easier to do. So some of that. Now we've done a lot of little micromanaging, starting on the live stream, but a good reason, hey, to follow me on Twitch, or just make sure your bell notification's on. And so that you can catch me live. But we did all that, but no time has gone by on the clock until now. So we can see, okay, we've won in Bergen. I think we get Bergen. I think that's the last victory hex, and we've got them. There might be some remnant forces. Some units like these with the British flag and the French flag may stay around on the map once it surrenders. Okay, we've won here. St. Denzen, we've won up there. We're under attack down here as we're pushing it. Oh hell, look at. Uh-oh, we found the French army. Okay, so we can see here. I knew there was a bunch of stack here that was moving out. Okay, let's push here with this division just to make these guys uncomfortable. There are good reasons to push against hard targets as opposed to purely, flow through them where they aren't. Okay, there's definitely the thought of, yeah, we'll get Schweppenberg on this thing. The idea of, do you reinforce success or do you reinforce failure? Meaning, should we be pushing here where we already have an advantage of the battle and swing around, or do we push here where we don't have a very good advantage for the combat and just allow some of these other forces to push in? Yeah, I don't think. I mean, this is just not going so well at the moment. They do have home counties. That'll be a British unit, I'm pretty sure, and a French garrison. But I think that will be for the best. I do sort of wish we could do pinning attacks, you know, specified as a sort of a lightweight attack. Okay, these guys are here. We're going to use the sort of motorized infantry with an armored battalion. Not really a panzer division. And these guys will support the attacks. I don't want to leave that. We get to Bruges here. Okay, Battle of Lons up here. Doing well. Drop tanks we just got. 200 range, 220 range. Increased to a lot of our fighter types. I think those are, yep, one and done. Right, okay, what? I do want to keep progressing on our air units, our air capabilities. Twin engine bomb bay. Now we can do flying prototypes. There we go. And the Battle of Bergen won again. They're sort of retreating out of there. Yeah, they're getting hit hard in that counterattack. They're coming up to reinforce. Let's see about hitting that colonial unit there from France. I know it's sitting in some sort of swamp. Oh, it's an Utrecht. I think that was, yeah, swamp. Okay, Battle of Arlon, very good. Okay, let's take some of the better shaped units. We'll have you walk around here. Moving forward to there. Oh, we want to move on. Fantôme has been. He's supposed to be a punching deep into the rear, the enemy, but he's just been caught in counterattacks and having to fight those, and he has been hit hard with that. Okay. Okay, there we're gonna leave. We're gonna leave this unit, which is just about wiped out. That unit, oh no, that's Fantôme's unit. That unit, which still has some fight left in it, but we're gonna move this. Just because we may very well get counterattacks, but they're not gonna be really hard attacks, I do not think. Semi-motor tactics division, I want to swing you up around so you don't get counterattacked. Battle of Compiègne. Verdun. We won. Bruges, we're winning. sure. No. This is going to push to there, just to make sure we keep pushing. A little worried about this counterattack on all these units stacked up here. You can sort of see here. Not that it's going to like defeat us, but it just could become a problem. So I'm been shifting forces, and then they can move back into the front line. Shifting forces to sort of deal with some of this. And I just decided to leave Holland until after the fall of France, and then of course we can come up and crush them. Okay, support submarines, increasing the range of our submarine operations. Support submarine, you know. Okay. A little bit of a talk here, just a short one. Underway replenishment at sea is, I would say, something of an art form, not just a science, you know, a technological capability. And and basically, one of two things you need to do underway, which basically and is sort of specified in underway, but is basically not going into a port. Because if you have two floating objects, which could be submarines or boats or ships or whatever, out there, you either need to be in basically complete calm, which is sort of like a bay or a port. You know, so you can, you know, without necessarily, you know, well, a lot of times in the history of shipping, they would resupply ships, not moving them next to a pier or a wharf. They were just out in the harbor, and they would use what was called, I know I keep stepping back in time and establishing things. I don't know if people like that or not. Hello, Sam. How you doing? But so they'd have ships, you know, moored out in the harbor, and they'd use what generally might be called lighters, but lighter boats, barges, whatever, that they would row out next to the ship and, you know, move cargo up onto that. And they were doing that all through this period, you know, loading and unloading, not at a, you know, at a wharf, a pier, a jetty, or any sort of terminology like that. A lot of stuff going in the Pacific. The Japanese would. It's just easier because it takes a lot of effort to maneuver a ship next to a pier, and easily things can go wrong with it. Easier to bring most of the supplies out to the ship, but that needs calm. But underway, which is sort of term, is the term that they use, but it's rather descriptive. But out at sea, it is theoretically possible to have two big ships, two big objects that you lash together, you tie together, that are floating, and they're just touching each other. But to do that, the problem is they first have to collide with each other, because you'll never get a just sort of barely touching and then together. So because the sea is moving, and so you can't, unless somehow you get these two ships, and it's difficulty, and you can do serious damage, like poke big holes in them. So unless you somehow do that, and then you have to get them, and they're not exactly parallel, exactly flat, so they'll still sort of be moving. It's just never good. So you can't just go out into the ocean here and stop two vessels and transfer goods, because the wind is moving them, the current is moving them, the waves, which may be either affected more by the wind or the current or whatever, is moving. So everything is moving here. So you can't both stop in normal sea conditions and stay stopped next to each other. It just, because either you start drifting apart or you start drifting together, basically. And so you can't stop. So you need to be underway. You need to be moving forward. It can be slow, but you need to be underway. Right. Now, what happens is if you go sort of underway and there's two of you and you're sort of next to each other, I know you can't see my hands, but there's sort of I forget the term for it. The way the water moves is it wants to collide you together. The way it moves out of the way and it sort of sucks you in. So if you've got two ships getting too close to each other, the way the water works is they want to crash each other next to each other. So then you have to actively, once you get close enough to it, you have to each other, you have to actively steer just a little bit to keep yourselves apart, to keep yourselves equal distance apart, if you know what I mean. So you're steering to separate, but not very hard, but just enough, and you're going forward that keeps you parallel. And that's a bit of a challenge. And so basically, the Navy that perfects this is really perfected during World War II, and that is the United States Navy. That is, on a large scale, the only Navy that I know that can do this. To the best of my knowledge, and I'm not saying, and you can show me movies of it, maybe a Japanese two ships transferring some stuff between them out at sea, or some British ships or something. Yeah, they can do it a bit, but to keep a fleet operating out at sea, you need to transfer a lot of stuff between every ship, not just like you maybe have seen often where they'll hook up, it could be ropes, but thick ropes or cables between two, and have a guy in a basket, maybe whether he's wounded or just in a standing basket, and transfer him between two ships. Or a small batch of supplies or movies or whatever. Yeah, they can do a little bit of it, but to really transfer everything you need to keep operating at sea between ships at a fleet-wide thing really is only done by the United States Navy. Britain is starting to get this towards the end of the war, and this is why, when asked, hey, the British want to come over and help you, they want to send a bunch of their Royal Navy to come in and help. You fight the Japanese now that Germany is done with the Navy part, at least for big ships, and or they've surrendered. It depends on the date, but I forget exactly. And Admiral Nimitz, who's basically in charge of the Pacific, you do have, and definitely in charge of it from a naval perspective, basically going, no thank you. Oh, but it's the Royal Navy and they got carriers and battleships. No thank you. Oh, but they're coming because politically they're coming. And he's going, no. How long can they stay at sea? Oh, well, they can stay, 28 days at sea before they have to turn around and go back to port. Huh? So, where's their ports? Oh. So basically they show up and stay for 5 days and go home because of the size and scale of the Pacific. Because, they had yet to take like Singapore. And so if you're operating, out here, the distances from ports and whatnot. And the British Navy, just because it very much had bases everywhere around the world, its Navy is actually sort of a short-range Navy compared to, because it is not a Pacific-based Navy like the U.S. and the Japanese fleet. They just didn't have, and they start getting this capability, and he's forced to take them and forced to use them. So he does. There are some operations because the Philippines are down here, and even once they've taken them, trying to operate off the Japanese coast is considerable. Hello, Eric. How you doing? And Aurora 4 is here, and Martin is here. Hello, gentleman. Presume Aurora is a gentleman, just because most of my viewers are. So yeah, they have the Royal Navy eventually sort of gets into it, and they get a little better and better at it, and they sort of extend their cruising range a bit by stocking up on some more food and whatnot. And I know I've sort of gotten this on support submarines because I pictured something, and I'll get there in a moment. And that is, really, really, it's a difficult task on that. Okay, well, support submarines. Germany, I'm really thinking, analyzing it hard. Is maybe second best, but probably third or fourth best submariner nation in the world at this time. Now, by the end of the war, they've been pared back so much. So much of their talent is lost on the bottom of the ocean. And I would say no fault to the talent of the sailors and skippers of the submarines. They were losing to technological war, and they were being sunk. I would have to say the U.S. is best on multiple counts. And again, a lot of it is because that they are set up as a Pacific-based submarine fleet. Really long-range submarines. Most of the American submarines are much longer than most of the German submarines to be able to operate out at sea for a long time. So I have to put the Americans number one. Japan. Well, as commerce raiders, which is sort of the best operational use for submarines, Germany is probably best or second best. And towards the very end of the war, Germany is doing some wonderful things technologically wise. Really starting to build submarines as opposed to surface vessels that go under the water, because that's what most of the submarines of the period are. But Japan is also doing very good technical work, and can be seen in their rather effective, though they're not used and wouldn't have really done much, aircraft carrier submarines, but the technology and that they would work well. So Japan mostly falls down in that they do short production runs. Oh, we're building 4 of these or 3 of these, and then they'll build something, different submarines and different submarines with it. Germany and America are cranking them out, per standards type in hundreds of them, particularly like the Gato class for the Americans. Maybe an occasional small production run of something else, and then once they've done, and including Germany, though Germany's working through more model changes, once get enough of a technological developments, then change things. So there's a few things that sort of keep Japan down a little bit, but Japan is probably second best, but it's close with Germany. And in there is still the Royal Navy and their submarines. They do a very good job, both, and I'm evaluating this as how good the individual submarines were, how good the production of submarines were, how good the sailors were at it, and all of these things. So Germany's definitely in the top 4, might arguably be, and I know we have a lot of German fanboys, not that they're Nazis, but yay, Germany, that would put in, they may even think it's number 1, but no, they're really not. They might make it to number 2, and where's the Royal Navy in there that might push Germany down? I don't know. It's all tight, and it just depends on how you're evaluating things. Well, Germany did build a few what they called milch cows, and I'll read some of the chat here. I see a few people like Morton Koppel. Hello. cruiser gun submarines, you're talking about the big French Surcouf. It's a French corsair or pirate. He was Surcouf, an actual person way back when. That had both a small little, sort of a World War I style aircraft that they could assemble and take off on the Surcouf. And it had like 3 levels inside the main tube, and I'm not talking about the conning tower out levels. 3 levels inside, and then the big, huge pair of guns. Britain, I think, or was it the U.S. or both Britain and the U.S. did like a single gun sort of turret, big thing. But so these Melch cows were big sort of tubs of submarines. Germany never really went terribly long on submarines. The longer the submarine or ship it is versus its diameter, the bigger the turning radius is, on them. German submarines tend to be rather short. Tend to, not always. Where the American ones are longer submarines. That is primarily, again, because they're designed for the Pacific War. They operate in the Atlantic too, and can, but just it's not as maneuverable as a ship or submarine. So they build these sort of big tubby submarines that don't have any torpedo tubes on them, and I do think that they're called Melch cows primarily because, and I was just picturing this, did they transfer torpedoes from one submarine to another out at sea? Hey, thanks for following. We really do appreciate that around here. Alexandria 4X, is that sort of like Aurora over? Thank you. Thank you, Arno, for suggesting it. And Nagaro. Good to have Nagaro here. So, I don't know if they were transferring torpedoes at sea. That would be, I guess, I was just picturing, how do you, because a torpedo you can't pick up and carry. I mean, theoretically, I don't know if you have enough, big heavy objects, if you have a cradle and enough men, you could pick it up, yes. But you're not just going to pick it up and transfer it between ships. So you'd have to have cranes to get it up on the deck, float it onto some floaty thing, move it to the submarine over next to it, because you don't have the submarines banging into each other like I started in this discussion. Float it over to the other submarine and have a crane and pick it up and put it there. Yeah, that seems awfully complicated at sea. I mean, yeah, if you can sort of like convince, Haiti or somebody to turn a blind eye to do some operations in a secluded, bay somewhere, sure, but to like you might convince Spain to, and I think they sort of did at times, do transfers of stuff outside of Spanish or inside of Spanish harbors, but outside of the view of most people. So there is some of that going on, but I can't really see them doing torpedoes. And maybe they do, and somebody knows, out at sea. But, and like Melch cows, milking them is because they would probably get near each other and run hoses between them that move water. Because, yeah, you desalinate some water, but you probably want more fresh water than your desalinization machines will do. Definitely moving fuel, and then as the main sort of thing, and then maybe swinging up running some lines between conning towers and bringing over boxes of canned foods and things like that, sort of milking them for the fuel. But yeah, so it's more like, most of the time for the Germans, you come home once you've emptied and for most nations, once you've emptied your torpedo tubes, and the range is, some of the shorter range submarines to get over to the, Atlantic coast might really benefit from fuel just to get over there. But a lot of times it's just lurking fuel, to stay around here and wait for the convoy and then come in and still be able to get home. But yeah, support submarines. Those are and so, again, the difficulty and with all of these things is not just, we just build a big tub of a submarine that has, extra fuel tanks and supplies, and do that. Hey, that ain't such a big deal. But what really becomes the big deal is to have generally speaking, your crews trained up and your systems designed, not just in the transport, the submarine that's carrying all of the fuel, but did you design your submarine, your operating submarines to effectively be able to get fuel transferred into them at sea? And it's defining them from both sides and setting that up, and that is a trick, and a real hard trick to work out. So you need to have a lot. So there's a lot into these technologies that a lot of people just don't think about. So I want to say hello, Sad Pepe here. Are you collecting any relics from World War II? I mean, medals or anything? Yeah, I do have some stuff from World War II. Many years ago, as a young man, I gave up the idea of, because I'm always fascinated by the Nazis, of trying to collect German stuff because of fakes and counterfeits. I remember I bought a pair of SS rank badges, SS on one side and that, and I took them to an expert that I knew. Yeah, I mean, just vaguely knew, but he was an expert and had a shop. And he goes, "Those are very nice fakes." I mean, that was basically, words very much to that effect. And this is, easily more than 30 years ago. I go, yeah, okay. And I believed him. He wasn't trying to get them off me or whatever, like, oh, well, I'll buy them off you for $5. You're trying to steal them from me. No, they're very nice fakes, because I've spent hundreds of dollars on uniform collection books and looked over them and looked at the stuff, and the backing, the sort of like a gunny sack type backing, all that looked right. All of that looked right. And I had bought some other fake stuff and some real stuff. And so I gave up German collecting. So I collect mostly firearms from like World War II, because they don't counterfeit those. Now, they might counterfeit, and they do at times, specialty, this is a rare something or other, and they've just sort of turned it into a rare thing from a common thing. Well, I don't try to go collect super rare things that people could make money off of counterfeiting. So, yeah, mostly firearms. I mean, I bought a pistol, German, marked, World War II, and it came in a holster, and it has a German World War II police badge, not a like a hat badge, whatever, a medal. I don't know. Yeah, might have, but it's the metal sort of German World War II. It's not like a policeman's badge, but it's the sort of with the wreath and all for the German police unit. And I have no idea whether that police badge that's on the thing is a real. I believe it is, but I have no idea whether it's a real World War II German's Ordnungspolizei badge or not. I bought it for the value of the firearm, and I got a decent deal at that. So whether the badge is real or not, I don't know. So, but yeah, I collect mostly firearms now, that kind of thing. And yes, same from YouTube. Let's see. And could Melchcows bring torpedo? Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. Yeah, I think it would be difficult getting torpedoes across. But they did not have, and which makes me think, and I don't know if somebody knows. World War II is such a huge subject. I'm not an expert on everything. The Melchcows, the submarines, did not have torpedo tubes on them, and there may be multiple reasons for not having torpedo tubes on it. But I would figure if you were going to transport torpedoes, you might as well make a few torpedo tubes just in case you get near an enemy vessel. But I don't think so. And hello, Jump 752 Bouncy. How are you doing? Good to have you here. So let's continue. Let's look at our technology here, because that's what sort of got us going. Okay, submarine snorkels, which we might get a bonus once we get the Netherlands to that, because the Dutch were the first ones to really make a practical use of submarines for snorkels for submarines at sea. We'll do long range submarines. And here's the situation with that. Germany occupies, conquers the Netherlands. And they find in port, like on a dry dock or something, at least one vessel, Dutch submarine, in good shape. And I think that one had a snorkel attached to it, and several others. I know they try to get it's either one or very few Dutch submarines into service, and they're basically white elephants. They sort of operate them a little bit. They're in fairly good shape when they get a hold of them. But just everything's different about them. All of the parts and pieces are different than Germans and submarines, and they just, they're used, but they're never like sent out into the Atlantic, just because maintenance and other things. It just never all that good of a, not the submarines were bad. It just is not the German standard. It's like if everything you need is used as a different screwdriver or a different wrench for something, but all the parts are different. It's just not good. But they get the plans and a few working examples of the snorkel. Well, the Germans go, cool, but we're already cranking out submarines and we're doing great with them. Especially by the time they really start looking at this stuff. I mean, evaluating it in the Kriegsmarine submarine schools, not just actually getting it. They've already got, they've conquered France, and they're able to, before, this is in the early days before they've set up all the big submarine pens and whatnot. But they're sort of like, yeah, we're doing great out here. We're able to get out into the mid-Atlantic and sink a lot of British shipping. We can even get out, off Canada and sink a lot of British shipping. So we're doing great. And so we don't really need this right now. We just rather have more submarines than better submarines, because we just don't have enough submarines. And then things start getting a little bit of a problem with the United Kingdom, in that they start getting better and better at anti-submarine warfare. And so the Germans are starting to take a lot of losses. And, hey, now America's in it. We can now, do the second happy time and hang off the American coast and the Caribbean and whatnot, and sink a lot of vessels out there. So, yeah, we don't need these snorkel submarines, and we can just sink a lot of vessels, and the Americans start getting better at anti-submarine warfare again, which of course they had to know that was going to happen. And so by the time that the Germans are really starting to think about putting on snorkels, and you basically, you can take a submarine back and start tearing it apart and building into a snorkel onto it, but it's not a practical or good thing. I don't know that I have a most prized World War II item, Arno. Nothing I can particularly point to. But, it's a good question. But I don't know that I really do have like a most pride. A lot of interesting things, but I'm going to save a lot of stuff once I build my studio, once I get moved, and once whatnot, and I can talk about and show off things. And we'll do that someday, but I don't know if that. I don't know, but I always get a feeling anxiety when I come across SS stuff. Yeah, SS stuff particularly is some of the most counterfeited stuff, and especially nowadays. See, like the badge I was talking to you, I bought back into the 1980s, and but now there's so much stuff counterfeited. Well, and even a lot of stuff that was almost sort of made on some of the same machinery, but people who know can tell that there's been slight changes in the manufacturing process and supply sources. But yeah, so there's more fake than real. And my best advice, if somebody really wants to collect something like SS stuff, or even just German stuff in general, one, if you want to collect it and you're going to go, try to find the stuff, yourself, just know that you're going to be burned. You're going to buy stuff, spend money on it, real money on it, and it's going to be fake. And either you're going to just throw that shit away or mark it as fake and you've lost your money, or you're going to be as corrupt as other people and try to sell it to other unsuspecting individuals. That's going to happen. It's just going to happen. Or two, you go to very high-end dealers who have a good reputation and who value their reputation and who are willing to fully buy back at the original price you bought your item if you think it's fake. And so, because they would a proper high-end dealer who wants to keep his reputation would rather go, oh, you think these things are fake? Or somebody else thinks they're fake? They may end up going, well, they might be fake, or no, we think they're real. We'll buy them back from you at the price we sold them to you. So unless they're willing to do that and have a reputation for doing that, I wouldn't go near them unless you're willing to know that you're going to be burned at some point at collecting the stuff. So I do not collect firearms or anything like that has a value. I got, and I am still maybe reasonably good on African uniforms that I can tell fake from real. But from the Bush Wars in the 60s and 70s, 80s, mostly 60s and 70s. I have a collection of uniforms from Africa. But mostly I collect firearms and nothing that is so rare or hard to find that somebody wants to counterfeit it, put fake stamping on it or make it look like somebody's personal weapon or something like that. I just stay away from those things. And so I'm fairly good with firearms and knowing what's going on. So yes, Schutzstaffel is stormtroopers. Well, that's SA is Sturmabteilung. SS is Schutzstaffel, which is like protection squad or something. You're a god whopper. How you doing? SA is Sturmabteilung. Okay, you're going to attack into there because we want to cut off any retreating forces from Belgium. Underway, replenishing. Just look. Oh, the Schnorkel. The story of the Schnorkel. Let's finish that. And so, basically, it's not a practical thing to just install snorkels onto already made submarines. It is best to build them that way as you're building out the submarine, in a practical sense, from everything that I understand about them. Now, the snorkel, and so Germany really starts only looking at building submarines with snorkels, and they only sort of do it on a limited basis. I don't quite want to say prototypes because it's a bit more than that, but it's still sort of limited basis. Late-ish in the war, when it's already too late to really affect anything. And so they just keep like, hey, things are good enough, we don't need them, oh shit, we need them. Now, what the snorkel does, at least mostly, does not allow you to, okay, gonna keep back. Submarines are noted normally for going faster on the surface than below the ocean. That is not so much the case with modern submarines, but submarines back then. It's for two reasons. One, once you go below the ocean, you have all that conning tower and even the deck all creates drag, so it slows up the submarine as it goes through the water. But two, the biggest reason is that it goes slower is that they're running under electrical engines. And to try to run an electrical engine as fast as you run trying to go as fast through the water as you do the diesel engines on the top, you will run your batteries down so fast because it gets exponentially harder and harder to shove something through the water because of resistance as you're going faster. So the submarines need to move slower under the water because of the electrical engines and running down the batteries. The snorkel allows you to pop up a snorkel and run just below the water. I know you sort of know this, but on your diesel engines and go zoom. And what a snorkel can readily be spotted in calm conditions, so it wouldn't work so well in the Mediterranean, from like looking from, just about any sort of source. It creates a wake. It's a fairly big thing up there. And yeah, you might get close-ish with it, but you're going to be spotted. And so what it really does for you in the case of, and if you notice, very few nations use snorkels nowadays, even the diesel electrics, I think some of them do, is to allows you to do the long distance elements under the water when you don't think there's any enemy around, because a snorkel is exponentially smaller to see than a surface submarine, meaning you can see both of them, but it's so much smaller. So, aircraft flying patrols trying to spot a snorkel versus spotting a submarine on the surface is going to be that much harder. Aircraft, surface-based and other based radars is going to be so much harder to pick up that radar return from the snorkel, if they can at all, versus a surface submarine. So what it does is it allows you to do the long distance elements and not be caught mostly. I mean, if when they're coming in and out of some place like this, and we know that they're patrolling right here, they're probably going to still spot a few snorkeled submarines. It's not a, guarantee. But it is a more reasonable thing. Once you're sort of out in the big open, it's much harder to spot them. The problem the Germans found with them is that they were using them in the Atlantic Ocean. The Atlantic Ocean has lots of waves. This is why when, I think it was Sir Francis Drake gets over, gets around here and comes out here, and man, this is a calm ocean. This is a peaceful ocean. This is a Pacific Ocean. That's sort of what peaceful means in Spanish or Latin or whatever. And so there's lots of wave. Well, every time a wave would come, the sort of floaty bit in the snorkel would go up and make a seal so that water doesn't come in, and that would create overpressure in the submarine. So it's like, I know I'm making a bit more noise, but it was like, so your ears would pop. The pressure would build up in that submarine as every single wave would hit it. There would be, because you're both doing an intake and an exhaust for the air is going through that snorkel. So that's sort of some of the tricky thing. It isn't just like we think of a snorkel from swimming and it goes up above the water. You have to have an exhaust coming out, because that's part of the whole thing. Is you have to build, like I say, you have to build these submarines for it. You have to take the diesel engine exhaust, pipe it up through that snorkel, and you also have to have clean air intake coming in through that snorkel into the submarine, and maybe even trying to pump it in. I'm not sure if they're pumping it in, have a pump, or just letting it naturally flow. I don't know that detail, but I do know that it just builds up pressure waves as every single wave. And the German submariners just hate the snorkel. It just makes living on that submarine while the snorkel is in use in most conditions. I'm not even talking stormy conditions. In most conditions in the Atlantic, there is sort of a way around it, is of course to come almost up to the surface and have that snorkel sitting way high into the air. But then again, of course, it's much easier to spot. Basically having a flagpole without a flag going across the ocean. But if you're trying to keep it somewhat low down, you're not going to have it operate. Hello, Toy Jet. How you doing? Also, somebody gives false positive radar because, yeah, absolutely, radar shape, Alexandria. It's just, it's a very good idea. It's just in practice, it has its drawbacks. Not that I absolutely think the Germans should have, once they got that technology understood from the Dutch, should have immediately designed a new submarine and put that into production line use. It would have extended the effectiveness submarines, but to the point that, especially around midish, latish war, and being able to around major convoys, they're spotting the submerged submarines early on, because it's actually sort of hard for the sonar, especially the active sonar, but even the inactive, because it sounds like another ship. The German submariners early on would go after convoy attacks actually on the surface, and you go use their speed and come in amongst those convoys and fire out their torpedoes off, and then get the hell out, all on the surface at night. Because they were hard targets to see, and there weren't that many escorts, and even there were some merchant vessels that had guns mounted on them and such. But the likelihood of hitting a relatively small target. Oh, and they'd also sort of be sort of surface, but sort of the idea of nobody on the deck, and sort of the main deck awash. So it's just sort of the conning tower is open and whatnot, and so it's just sort of mostly, on the surface, but not overly exposed, and, come in trimmed low, as they would call it, and come in there and operate fast and be hard targets and getting in and out. And that worked for a little while, but everything gets better and better and better. And so that they're even nailing pretty quickly submarines approaching under the water before they even get close enough to the convoys to effectively strike at them later in the war. So the snorkel won't help there even, but it would help. It would extend the life and make things. But yeah, absolutely, until they really need it. And I'll just call you Rye Barber. Rye Barber, I guess. I don't know. Sorry. And you don't normally know that you need the snorkel until, there's an airplane diving at you with bombs, and it's already too late. So yeah, it's just the idea that the snorkels, I mean, again, I am not saying the snorkels were a bad idea or weren't going to be practical. I think they would have been practical and were a good idea. It's just they're not, a Wunderwaffe, a super weapon that's going to make us invulnerable and we're going to win everything. No, it's just a good practical idea that has its limitations. Gets too rough. Well, and hey, if the weather's too rough, there may not, if enough storms, even if there are aircraft still flying, they're not, have good visibility ranges. And it's harder to pick up a submarine in rough weather. So you just surface, you deal with the waves as you go along and whatnot. So, it's a good idea. It works. I would have very much advocated using them, but they needed to be used early enough to be somewhat effective in affecting the outcome of the war. Because the submarine, I mean, we can look at tactical uses of the submarine. Say, one of the things that Dönitz really objected to was, because it was working fairly well at the time, was recalling basically all of the submarines that were operating out of the Atlantic to get off of to support the invasion of Norway. And yeah, having a bunch of German submarines out here, and I think they did take out some ships. I don't remember the details, but having them out here, that's a tactical use of the submarine to support naval landings and convoy patrols and escorts and whatnot. That's a tactical outcome use of submarine. But the commerce rating element of submarines is purely a strategical operation. Their attacks on convoys are a tactical operation, but for the outcome of the war, it's not like that they're trying to stop supplies from getting to a particular place or stop the movement of troops to a particular port or something like that. It's just to sink enough of the enemy's ships to make their life uncomfortable. I think it's, in theory, possible to maybe sink enough British ships to get them to surrender for starvation things, but not really. I don't think that's a goal that's ever really practical. But it is a goal to make Britain's life so difficult that, along with everything else, whether it's bombings, invasions, or because you're putting so much of your Navy and your shipping just to keep Britain alive that they can't get enough shipping to bring more units or supplies to North Africa that allows you to win in North Africa or something like that. But it's just a strategic use weapon. Thanks, Arno. Well, everybody out there, we're going to keep the live stream going, but we're going to end this episode. For those watching later on YouTube, I want to thank you for watching. I really do appreciate that. See you next time for more, yes, even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, well, I'm going to save this and we're going to continue here. Don't worry, guys. I'm not going anywhere. I just wanted to make episodes because a lot of people really don't want to see a 4-hour thing. But hey, a 40-minute thing, an hour thing, whatever, they're good with that. So we'll put that up in segments. Let's see. Hello, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745 here with my continuing look at Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 10.41. And we're going to be continuing our invasion of the Low Countries and France. But before we do that, I want to first thank two of my supporters on Patreon, Sir Toyjet and Chief. Very glad to have you there in support, as well as the other supporters and former supporters. Anybody who's supported me over there, thank you so much. But everybody else, you know, I really would just ask if you could subscribe to the channel, hit that like button. Really do appreciate that. You can also follow me over on Twitch if you want to catch live streams and things like that. So that's all that I really ask for. So thank you to everyone. We're going to continue this. And yes, let's go. We are pushing in. Okay, we've won up here. We are still dealing with some of this. Everybody's moving to there. Major victory. Offenburg. Okay, our big defensive line here. We've won. Got the major victory, whatever BS thing that they put in. How much? 33 hours. Till you get to attack again. And we're winning up here, yes. Are you winning, son? Yes, we're winning. What are we facing off against? Okay, they're going to collapse soon. Even though they may be defending well at the moment. I think we'll just go to there with you. We probably don't need to keep pushing. And, oh good, we've got the fortifications there. We'll move into Den Helder. These forces here. That's just what I was... Actually, you know, we'll push like this. Make sure that we can be somewhat aggressive here. Hey, Beam Slam. Do you let the beef... well, it hasn't quite got to that stage, but we're going to try not to let them out. Let them get away. Okay, well, we've got Bruges. Battle of Compiègne. Battles of Bruges. We just now closed off the Netherlands from the rest of the forces. Okay, you're sitting there. Okay, well, we got a really mangled division. Let's move you up to there. Okay, okay, you guys stop your attacks before you become too shattered. You guys can do some ground attacking. I know you're going to get beat up a bit, but air intercept. Let's go over this region. Just make sure that we are not letting them have too easy of a time with their aircraft over here. well. Henrici? Never knew how to pronounce his name. Let's go through Dunkirk down to Calais to capture the ports there. Okay, we're going to let them exhaust themselves attacking this stack here. And we're pushing straight on towards Paris. We've won another Battle of Sedan. That was their counterattack in Sedan. Yeah, we'll leave the HQ there. It's best. Okay, we've just taken Bergen. Okay, you don't need to go to Bergen. You can attack north. Along with... you can attack that way. They're attacking back here at Bruges. You don't want Bergen now? Okay. What's wrong with Bergen? Some sort of Norwegian thing that makes Bergen not terribly great. Hopefully they're attacking some of these better units. Okay, they're getting pretty well beat up here. We have two divisions left in the front lines. Bergen just any unit not attacking. Any unit not. Yes, you're not attacking. Okay. You come around this way because we want to cut these forces off. And Von Mackensen can hit that way as well. Just different, like Norwegian. I don't know. Don't know. We've just annexed Norway. So it's removed, I guess, all of the forces loaned to Norway, including the... Thought it might leave the loaned forces. Okay, we're going to readjust our production and we're going to reduce our amount of supply production right now. We're going to still keep it in the positive terms. I know we're at 99 and whatnot. Okay, always some of that is units. Oh, where is extraction? What, huh? Oh. Okay, I'm saving this right here. I don't know what's going to happen when I do something now. We might have a crash. Why do we have... Okay, well, okay, steel refinery. Are those going to go fairly quickly into their deployed thing? Is there just some sort of... They shouldn't be popping up into my production queue. I mean, my... Huh. So we can drop this. Well, we'll see if we can. Okay. Well, let's... I don't remember where I was planning on putting these units or these things. This should not be a thing that they could maybe have one here. So this should not be a deployable thing. Let's see if we can deploy it and not crash. Well, no, we didn't crash. That is extremely weird behavior, people. It's supposed to be, because you're supposed to just come here and click, you know, here to say, yeah, we want a steel refinery here. I don't know if this would be called a bug or what. You know, I'm thinking bug. None of these should be popping into the deployment queue. I guess that's what we would call this. Okay, deal. Let's go here. Berlin. Coal fields, rares extraction. And I figured out where I wanted all these to go originally. And okay, here, large coal, I guess. That just seems weird. Okay, we're stopping. What is everybody? I believe it's Eric when it's called it the Texas of Norway, and that it does stuff its own way rather. Okay. But Bergen is not an oil city. That's Stavanger. Okay, not heard of Stavanger before. Okay, large coal field there. Okay, yeah. Oh, that, yeah. I'm almost thinking, because I'm saying this is now double. I think this is not supposed. I think it both deployed and onto the map and didn't deploy onto the map at the same time. I think, but I don't know. So now I just have to find coal fields that are good to put in. And no, I didn't want to interrupt our. Okay, this is maxed out coal here. Because if we look here, we go here. That's one of the places we can't deploy it. So we can't deploy it where we can't deploy it, meaning that it's already filled up. Obviously, we can't deploy it into the ocean because you can't have coal fields there or deploy anything there. Well, I guess we'll, just because I'm not wanting to hunt around for huge numbers of stuff, we'll build out Dortmund. Okay, there we go. Let's do Warpottle. Okay, rares extraction. We gotta find a place with a high base of rares. Okay. 4. Well, 1, yeah. That'll be 2. Because these modifications that we see here are modifying that base number, not modifying the current number. So 5, 8. Okay, and we can put a rares extraction there. I'm going to use these. I'm not an idiot, but 6. But this is definitely, these doesn't to me seem like intended behavior. I think we're going to put them in Berlin because that seems to be sort of the highest rares. And I think, well, okay, I'm not sure on a place like Berlin because rares can mean everything from, you know, things like gold. I don't know how much war industries needed gold, but tungsten or, you know, aluminum or, well, aluminum, yeah, maybe aluminum. But it could mean anything that is, or it could mean, you know, rare chemicals, or like rubber, you know, synthetic rubber or something like that. So maybe they're figuring Berlin has a lot of potential for rare materials like manufactured in the chemical sense. But yeah, it is not. But I do think to some degree it is sort of just a catch-all. Like, oh, well, we don't know where to place. We'll just dump it in the capital. Okay, well, we have a parachute regiment now. let's see, where do we want to deploy it? We're going to deploy it sort of forward. It's going to be, I don't know that we're going to actually parachute it in anywhere. Just sort of too new for that. Now let's look for a Luftwaffe commando type leader, and I can tell the uniforms. My AAs are supposed to be more or less for anti-aircraft commands, though I would use one because they're Luftwaffe. That's like a Luftwaffe uniform. Luftwaffe uniform. That is a Luftwaffe uniform, and he's a trickster and a logistics wizard, so maybe. But commando, being able to operate without supply, is preferable. Surin, pretty good. A defensive doctrine trickster. That's a Luftwaffe. You can sort of tell the Luftwaffe on its sort of badge down here. It has wide wings on it. Also, the eagle is sort of more of a flying eagle than just a spreading wings eagle is some of the ways, but you can see that just sort of more oval shape. I mean, because I can't honestly see the eagle well enough to know what branch of service on a lot of these pictures are too small, but I can, that, and also the color type. Now here we go, Brower. He actually has airborne, so supplies chance. He's a commando, meaning out of supply bonus, night attack. It says -3. I don't know, don't know. Okay, should be. So he will be our para commander. And now that we have Zerkenis, I guess that's how you pronounce that. Where I wouldn't want to pronounce it Kirk-ness, but I think it is Kirk-Kennis. Toyjet can appear as correct my pronunciation. Okay, we should have a lot of supplies or a lot of resources heading in from captured Norway. Okay, you come to yeah, I think the port here. We want to secure these ports. You ride boldly right up there. Kirk is closer. Okay, Kirkness. Because Kirk, K-I-R-K, is Scottish for church. The Kirk. You guys head back up here just because, yeah. I don't think we need to garrison that port. I don't think. We are sort of garrisoning there by default, but we're getting ready to go after Soviets up here someday. And these elements will, some have just sort of turned over to us and will be repairing. Others we've occupied for a while, so they're fully up to current. Yeah, Kirk means, oh, okay, you add an E to it. How interesting. I did not know that there was a language similarity. The Scots probably got that word from the Vikings. Because in Scots, they do not add an E, at least not in modern Scots spelling. But yeah, it's otherwise basically the same. Okay, well, we're going to put Ewald von Kleist in sort of command of our push to Paris. And we're going to send these guys down here with the light armor, but they have the Sturm Pioneer Battalion. I know this attack isn't going terribly well at the moment, and they're facing off a lot of other forces, but we hopefully will be... Well, let's move back to this. Means the same in Dansk. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Well, and of course in England, and I think generally Scotland, we refer to Norse as Danes generically. So I'm pretty sure that is what we're looking at. Okay, we're going to send to reinforce that way. And yeah, it should be reasonably fast. 9, you're very fast actually. Okay, you're here. Obviously you're here, but they're pushing, so they're going to fall in as reinforcements there. These guys are going to move to here, to here. You could find it. No, that's not what I want to do. I want to find someone actively in the command structure. Oh, you don't have a... Well, we can add a... Okay, well, we'll put Bush. Well, yeah. Well, there was the Danelaw, is called, that I would know from English history. That might include here, because Hadrian's Wall is sort of down here. The border for Scotland is sort of here. The Danelaw is, I'm just going to draw this roughly, it's sort of this area here mostly, might be up into Scotland. All along the coast, of course, the Vikings raid. The Vikings at one point do control all of the Hebridean islands, and of course, you know, these islands out here. And they definitely, definitely raid and maybe have some outposts on the mainland of Scotland. But definitely during the Viking times, the sort of the Gaelic heartland in the Highlands and down into this area really are not controlled by the Vikings. There is actually, because of the Danelaw down here, a lot of Anglo-Saxons flee to the north, and it's where I would, when you say these big blanket statements, one, you can prove me true or prove me false in at least, some small cases. Because like Selkirk right here is, again, for the church. In some small cases, I'm sure I'm wrong. But generally speaking, I would say that before the Vikings come in, most of Scotland is Gaelic, Celtic, however you want to say it, and which are a mix of Scoti, which are from Ireland, and the Picts, which are the most indigenous people, if you will. I know that's all the rage that, the indigenous peoples of Canada, well, we call them Indians. They're Indians, people. They're Indians. They're Indians. No, it's not mislabeled. They're Indians. Nothing wrong with calling them Indians. They are Indians. What does Indian mean? Is people from India. These are Indians. These are people from India. Because this is the West Indies. This, including down into Indonesia, is the East Indies. This is the East Indies. This is the West Indies. Very specifically, for sure, the sort of greater Caribbean basin, including places like Florida and Yucatan, but generally speaking, inclusive of North and South America, these are the Indies. We end up later calling it the Americas too. So these are Indians because these are people from India, not East India, West India. Yes, Columbus and naming things got it wrong, but this is what it was called. So this is European terms for them. They have lots of their own terms like Aztec, Maya, Apache, Sioux, whatever, local terms for their cultural groups. They have their own terms for themselves, absolutely. But their own terms for themselves aren't indigenous peoples. They didn't call themselves indigenous peoples. They didn't speak English. Okay? I'm uncomfortable. Earliest indigenous peoples. How far goes back? Are Anglo-Saxons indigenous to England? Are Angles indigenous to Angleland? Well, we know the Angles came from, and the Saxons came from over here, but what does indigenous mean? And I get sort of, yes, this is one of my little things. Actually, the Vikings came to, means Church Cape. Okay, interesting, Toyjet. Thank you, Church Cape. And so mostly the Anglo-Saxons were down, I'm trying to get sort of this area here. Not so much here, but mostly this sort of area here. Eventually, they're sort of huddled down here at the end before they start pushing the Vikings back. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't Anglo-Saxons here, it's just they're ruled by Vikings. But the rule of the Danelaw here pushes, because up here is mostly Celtic peoples. Some that are Celtic peoples, Britons from down here that have fled the Anglo-Saxons earlier into Scotland, and some are the Scotty and the Pict. The Picts are from up in the Scottish area. Like I was saying, the Scotty are from over here in Ireland, and then you have the earlier Britons, or what become the Welsh, the Waelas. That means foreigner, an Anglo-Saxon. They adopt that name, but a version of the sort of Northumbrian and other sort of Britons, the Celtic Britons flee up here from the Anglo-Saxons, and then you get the Anglo-Saxons fleeing the Vikings, which creates sort of lowland Scotland, which is a mix of Anglo-Saxon and Celtic culture, where the more I'm trying to refrain from using the words like pure, the more isolated, if you will, less externally influenced Celtic cultures in the Highlands, and they resist effectively the Vikings. I mean, the Vikings, I think, sort of control like this peninsula and whatnot, but they're mostly out here in the islands and a lot down into England. So you got to understand something about the Vikings and the Viking movement. They were looking for riches and rich land to sort of settle on. Okay, so you got to understand it. They're looking for riches and rich land to settle on. So why the hell would they come to Scotland? It's goddamn poor farmland, and they ain't got no money. So there's no point in them battling the Scots, because they want the good, rich English farmland and the good, rich, raid the good, rich English churches. They don't want the damn poor Highlands. I mean, that's the lands that they're fleeing. I mean, it may be a little warmer, a little nicer than the place that they're leaving, but they'd rather come down and establish Dublin down here in Ireland than hang out in Scotland. So so they want to come same as it is now. Yeah, so they want to come where there's money and good living. So yeah, they ain't coming to Scotland. They ain't gonna like die for Scotland. That's like stupid of them. I mean, they secure the island just because they're the best seaborne naval elements and it gives good basing. But yeah, if you got these Henri Celts, unlike the Celts that sort of were, Romanized, the Scots have always maintained their high levels of fighting, and not that they were defeating the Vikings and their warrior elements, but they were trouble enough that the Vikings found them to be not worth the cost of defeating them for what they're going to get out of it. So yeah. At least that's my analysis of things. Okay, you come down to here, and you come down to here. Just fill in as reinforcements. The Netherlands is storming our beach. Oh, goody. Oh, goody. Okay. Start marching up there, start riding towards there. Well, you're destined to be some of there. Okay, now here, I don't know, the Netherlands are storming our beach. That seems silly. Let's do naval strike. Oh, those guys are just too beat up. okay, they're going after 2 long-range Dutch submarines. How interesting. Okay. Oh, well, you guys can air intercept around here. Just in case. No, air intercept. Just in case the enemy puts some flying things up. We can, like, get them. What? No, too far away. So let's move them. Oh, they already have 8 units. Yeah, I think we'll naval strike whatever that is out there in the water. Naval strike. You know, these guys are beat up, but hopefully this won't be hugely. Make sure that we are air intercepting this region, just in case the enemy puts some air up against our operations. No, this is a unit that shattered earlier. Okay, you can start heading that way. Now, so I'm not really worried about them coming here, because whatever is coming, and if it is truly the Dutch, they probably don't come. They're not coming with a huge force. And I don't want to commit my navy here. And they're just going to be here, and they won't be able to be resupplied. You could theoretically, you know, take off from an airbase here and have some long-range supply craft, which I doubt they have, to supply in here. So they have to take this port to secure a supply route or some other force. What are we bombing here? Okay, we're bombing a CL, a DD, and transports, and they're bringing, it looks like, Belgian troops ashore under Dutch command. So that is a stupid move. I wonder if this is a Belgian Marine unit. I know they've talked about, okay, yeah, you're exhausted, but you'll just defend there. Okay, yeah, okay. We've done our job. We're going to stop attacking. They're going to counterattack immediately, yes. Defeat, but that really isn't, well, I guess it's major victory. We've won the Battle of Brussels. Very good. Okay, well, I don't know how much we're going to need our siege artillery anymore, but we'll sort of use that there. Okay, Panzer outfit. Drive to Boulogne. Yeah, we'll use this just to push on, keep them from retreating. And Dulik. Let's push down this way. You guys are a bit beat up, so we'll start sending you that way, give you some time. Okay, you guys can go home. Yeah, I guess we'll push there. Yep, we'll push. Everybody except for him is going somewhere. And I guess he can push here too. To understand history, you need to understand the causes for things. Sometimes they are economic, but not always. You move there. You follow up to there. Marx, Karl Marx, that is, did multiple major disservices to mankind. One of them, and maybe one of the minor ones, is trying to explain human history as primary motivator being economics. I I think he's wrong about that. I think he is severely wrong about that. I remember reading years ago now. I still have it somewhere. A nice pocket-sized, maybe a bit larger than that. Nice book on looking book at least on 18th century Britain. I think that's what it was on, or just 18th century. I think it was 18th century Britain. It was just sort of a general survey book, 100 pages or so. I don't know exactly on the history of Britain in the 18th century. So 100 years period. So just a general work of history like that. And about a quarter of the way into the book, I just rage quit. Because I don't know the politics of the author. And they're probably left of center, as most professors are, and he was some sort of history professor or something. But everything was explained or viewed on through economics. It wasn't that he was like spouting off Marxist ideology or communism or socialism or anything, but every motivating factor for the different classes, for just everything in Britain was all through economics. And I know for a fact, like the most strong motivating factor in Britain in the 18th century is religion. It's not economics. And it is not fear of a different cultural group who happens to be of a different religion, so they're explaining it as that. No, it was religion was a primary driver for decision-making elements within politics and society was religion, not, and I'm very much thinking of the conflict of who is king of Britain. Is it a Protestant king or is it a Catholic king? And is it the old monarchy that's a Catholic that happens to be of Scottish roots, or is it the new monarchy who is Protestant, who is of German roots? But it is entirely seen. It is religion. Is anti-popery is both at the elite level and at the commoner level is a major motivating factor. And so this author just saw everything through economics. And he's a Marxist historian. May not be a communist at all. And this is what I find because Marx comes out of the progressive theory of history, in that, generally speaking, humankind is on this progressive trajectory to better itself. And so over time, from, Stone Age man till today, we're on a progress. And not just a technological progress, but on a social progress path. And we're inevitably moving towards betterment that way. I don't view history in that way. And even if it is the best way to understand the broad scope of history, okay, and so Marx comes out of this, but he sees everything through the economic lens. And economics has a significant, sometimes like the Viking, because I think the Vikings are having, the Norse are having a bit of a population boom and a bit of a poor land, poor crop failure type thing. And then seeing, hey, these Southerners, Northern Europeans, but Southerners to them, have it easy. And they're weak, and we can just take what we want. So I think it goes from being a whether it's survival or other sort of strategies to, hey, we can just get rich, because it's no longer about food or whatnot. It's it's about riches, and they go a Viking. And so that is an economic, as opposed to, oh, we need to convert these heathens to, they wouldn't have called themselves pagans. Hey, Toy Jet, what would a Norse religious group call themselves? Like Christians, or what would be their term for themselves? their religious grouping, if you're still there, Sir Toyjet, or Beamslam, if you're from the Danemark, or somewhere, what would they have termed for themselves? Their religious, because it isn't sort of the Roman or Hellenic religion, but wonder what that is. Is the answer Beluga? No. No. Okay. The Battle of Dunkirk, we've won. And so, it wasn't to, convert somebody. Like, where, yes, I do think the Arabs, particularly because it is an Arab situation, what would they call their religious grouping of it? Is it Odinism? Is it Wodenism? Is it, what would they have back then have termed themselves? Not what the outsiders termed them. Oh, Beamslam, if you don't know, Sir Toyjet his full name is Sir Toyjet the Flying Beluga. He identifies as a beluga. He has one of these modern mental problems where they identify as weird things. He identifies as a beluga. I don't actually think he lives in the ocean, but he might tell you that he does. So yeah, that's sort of Arno's joke that he's doing there. Airborne Assault Tactics Advance. Yeah, that's maybe something lost to history. I don't know. Presumably somebody knows, but what they would have called themselves. I'm always interested in these kinds of things, as you know. All right, Airborne Assault Tactics Advance. And that is, I think, down... Oh, maybe that's under air. Okay, 1939. We will continue that, because if we're actually like parachuting into somewhere and even parachuting on top of somebody, we want good assault tactics. Oh, we enforce Conqueror on Belgium. Okay, cool. Yes, jokes. Asteru? Okay, Peter. Gade? Asteru? I don't know. I've not heard of that before. Battle of St. Dengen, because basically the Dutch or the Belgians have given up, not the Dutch. This is what I sort of expected to happen: is forces that had been up in Norway, forces that had been given to Norway, revert to their old controller and try to save themselves. I believe they would have called themselves something along the followers of the gods, or possibly simple. Okay, Asterure. Okay, cool. I did not know that. Thank you, Toyjet. I figured you might have to look that up, but I didn't know how much was generally known about things like that. Okay, well, you're attacking there already. All right. Well, what's this? Lille. We would like Lille. There was a battle for Lille. I think Rommel was involved in the battle for Lille. So yeah, okay, good. But he's definitely involved in stuff operating around here. That's for sure. Okay, well, now that we have Belgium, we have even more productivity capabilities. Okay. Right, okay. Well, we have a lot of these, but we're seeing a lot more invasions. Well, I think we'll leave this for now. Also was the main strain of gods of the north. Religious beliefs, yes. True or pro is belief. Okay. Very good, Peter. Good to have you here, Peter. God, I haven't seen you around that I remembered, at least. At least not posting. Okay, they have the same gods as back then. Okay. And if they're using the same terms, or basically. Okay, well, we've just about sunk their transport. Well, no, not sunk. We just about disorganized their transport. But again, it's something I have to react to, but I'm not worried about having the invasion happen now. Okay. Battle of Dunkirk, good. pushing along the edge here. Yeah, oh, they're gonna try to head that way. Well, whatever. I hear you have the same gods and sort of religion. I don't think, I could be wrong, of course, and I readily admit that I could be wrong. I don't think the Druids called their religion Druidism, like what we might call it today. At least that's my I don't think they would be calling it that. So what a group that, and I also have to wonder how much the same belief is actually that kind of idea. Okay, how good of an attack are we doing? Okay, no. Stop. Yeah, major defeat. Well, maybe, but we're not pushing there. The point of pushing down here is to, well, it would be lovely to actually cut off, but is to slow reinforcements heading to Paris, make them go around more and take longer time to get there. We are now on the outskirts of Paris, and you're going to support whatever attack on Paris. Okay, armor spearhead has advanced. Okay, I think that is down here, and I think armor spearhead, yes, 1941 model. Well, I think we have other things like down here, lots of 1940 attacks that we should probably resistance support. Okay, we're not going to do home front coordination. Yeah, we're going to do a lot of work in amphibious unit training, though. We don't have any Marines yet. Have some HQs, but no real Marines. These are all some... Yeah, but we're going to be having these guys defending their coastline. I have a... how do I put this? Significant reservations that reestablished religions are the same religions, because I think paganism, at least I'm going with, is functionally stamped out, even in places like Norway. So it is neo-paganism. They're calling gods of the same name, but I don't know that it's anywhere near the same beliefs. Because I don't know that there's any real continuity between them. And I don't know that they've picked up and understood, because I don't know that there's any, like, I mean, I know that we have a lot of stuff on the pagan gods, but just really what these people believed, I don't know. I know we have a lot of stories, but see, named after a race, which the Norse pantheon is mostly dominated by. Okay. Okay, well, I'm familiar with the Acer, however you pronounce it, from Dungeons and Dragons lore stuff. Simply means belief in the one who follows the... Okay, Toy Jet, very cool. Thank you for the education. I do appreciate it. Okay, you guys charge up into here. anything to do is not anything like the old ways they might want to. But the Vikings weren't really big on writing. Yeah, exactly right. They don't have a strong written tradition. Most texts we have from them are Christian monks, and they had their own approach. Yes, absolutely. Ray Barber. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a lot of it is who was writing, how is it understood, a lot going on there, a lot, and there's a lot of a bunch of it I think is well-meaning, neo-paganism, but it's a revival of what I see as something that is lost, not a but it's something that's lost, not just like, oh, hey, somebody recorded, whether in writing or like on audio cassette or audio or video or whatever, but recorded the complete beliefs and works of something, and they truly believe that this is truly the exhaustive belief settings of something. Like, you could do something like that with all of the commentaries and whatnot in Islam or in Christianity. So you have, the works of Thomas Aquinas and all these other, Christian thinkers all written out, that if you were to package all that up and someone were to understand, because you have to understand language, you have to understand the meaning of it, the context, meaning and context have to be understood. And if you have all that understanding, and then everybody stops believing it, and then someone opens up the time capsule, but it's all the information there, is they can start believing it again if it's all recorded in a manner that can be understood. And it could be a revival, but it's not a revival of something lost, but just something that hasn't been practiced, versus trying to figure out something that we don't have any more of. And so that's sort of my thoughts on a lot of these neo-paganist, neo-druidic, other sorts of religions. I think a lot of other ideas have crept into them. Well, these guys are just about done. These guys are just about done. They're really trying to push hard there, and they're pushing hard up there. But here we should be fortified in our forts. Come on, Battle of Lille. Take him. I almost got him. Just get the British and you're gonna go. But we did take out a lot of forces here that when the Belgians collapsed. Form Panzer Group Guderian. Not just yet. Guderian's busy. Okay, now's the time to start looking at. We understand their culture is the world is so much. Yeah, same goes for the Christianity and what is being practiced and believed today. Oh yeah, no, Christianity has a contiguousness to it, absolutely, but it definitely changes over time, and it definitely changes significantly in the first 400 years after the death of Christ. Because at the time of the death of Christ, it was entirely understood as a new mode of Judaism, and had yet to expand into the Gentile world, and it changes as it's Romanified. The understanding of Christianity, very much so. And yeah, we can definitely, through some of the writings, understand some of the major ways it's changed. And it just has. It's not the same viewpoints. Okay, we're not going for combined arms bonuses. Maybe if we get enough extra HQs at some point, we will add them there. I like this. It gives us some piercing of 6, because if we don't have that piercing, it goes down to 0. So it's not very good piercing at all, but at least we also have anti-air, so if they're doing airstrikes at our landings, and a decent garrison chance of holding off stuff. So we're building a lot of these. And why don't I just click a bunch there, just habit. I'm not saying what I'm doing is better, just habit. I guess one of the big things you can, okay, we're going to start a northerly attack here. You can sum up a lot of what I push for history would be as context, context, context. Everything needs to be understood within a context. YouTuber, I guess, Peter, my profession. So does that mean sort of unemployed? Yeah. No, you need to get involved there. I just don't want to leave these guys unpressured, because they'll move more and more troops down to Paris. Which we're doing fair right now, I would say. You're holding the corridor open. Okay, I know it's across the Meuse, but we're going to attack there just to pin some of these forces. Battle of Calais, okay, we're pushing there. These guys are pushing in the north against a huge stack. They've also been pushing over here. We're counterattacking there. If you guys haven't already, please follow the channel. Can these guys support the attack? Yes, good. I don't want them to leave the harbor. Over here. No. Oh, no. Okay, come here. It's not registering whether that is. Most often you need an idea of the author. Absolutely. What is the personal opinion and approach of things? Unfortunately, things are never simple. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's like I was talking earlier about I rage quit the book. And it was just like his analysis of, the 18th century English history book. It wasn't that what he was saying was, facts were incorrect, but just his whole explanation of why the world was working the way it was, I think, was entirely wrong. And sure, governments and industry and people need money, and it's a factor. But I just this wasn't helpful to me, so I stopped reading this guy's book. I did sort of look him up, and he was some sort of history professor. I saw nothing particularly, like left wing, and I'm not trying to say like he's some Marxist leftist socialist. It's just he's grown up in, or educated in, however you want to say it, in the school system, sort of that I was, I think, but I think he was English, but in one that describes things through economics, and I reject that. Not rejecting the facts, I'm rejecting the motivations, how people just understood things. And so this professor that wrote the book, it was a general survey work and whatnot, but it was all through the lens of economics, basically ignoring everything else. And because I am a bit of a Jacobite historian, meaning that I have, I think the oldest book on Jacobite works is about 250 years old. I have a collection of easily 20 or 30 books that are 100 plus years old, and I have two bookcases, and figure there's 20 plus books per shelf or more. And I have two bookcases full of books on the Jacobites in the 18th century, specifically the Jacobites in the 18th century, and how they were working in Scotland and England and Ireland and on the continent, and other history books. And almost none of that is about economics, and these are some of the major reasons why these nations were going to war, why political decisions were being made in the 18th century, especially highly focused in the first half of the 18th century. And it's all on, who's right to be king based on what their religion is. And if you look at all of the writings of the peoples at the time, including newspapers, broadsheets, which are, a single page thing that people put out that are published, but often to get propaganda, if you will, out to the population, that somebody's going to read it to the crowd in the tavern kind of thing. None of it's about economics. None of it's about, the first time that I'm seeing significantly in Anglo culture where they talk about economics is taxation without representation in the American political element there, where it's all about religion and country, a proto-nationalism, if you will. Is this going on? If you look at all the original source material, and I've looked at hundreds of copies of original source material over the years for Scotland and England in the 18th century. Hey guys, I wish you were really big into the 18th century and watch videos and all that stuff and games played. Then you can tell I'm into it about as much as I'm into World War II. So, but I just haven't exercised those muscles recently enough, the mental ones. But so, yeah. So I just had to quit this, and it's this author's viewpoint. So you need to understand all of that's going on. And I understand all of these broadsheets that were published on both sides of various issues. They all have agendas. I get that. But all those broadsheets are true in that they were truly something published back then, so they have a viewpoint of some people back then trying to motivate other people back then. Now, they may be complete lies as into the facts of actual events or actual things, but it is true that that's what people were, thinking about, talking about, and understanding the world at the time. And so, yeah, context. Everything in a context. Okay, we won this defensive battle. They've given up. Very good. And maybe we're under attack down here. Yes. In our push towards Paris. That is some of the reason why we are pushing out. Okay. Yeah. I'm wondering whether we should. Yeah, we should. We're going to continue your march there. So that way these guys can push into here to increase our size of our corridor. You guys can push to there. So everything in context. Okay, they're pushing back on us again. Fine, let them. I do not care. Okay, so far look like we are winning here. Okay, I wanted to see. I was told by the developers here that one thing that they supposedly did to make the AI more aggressive in their attacks is change things so that we want to keep you here. We want to move armor division there. Is to make Marines attack much more aggressively. You support that, so we're attacking from more than one direction. Major victory. Oh, right here, good. We've successfully fended off their attack. Let's look for somebody in decent shape to join the counterattack. Yeah, we'll put Shell in as well. Well, we should have these guys get up over those Dutch fighters. Oh, oh well. Come on, Lil's being a bit of a difficulty. Come on, push through there, guys. Okay, so we have this division to here. He's just a little too weak to attack on his own, some of these properly formed divisions. So we'll send him down here and he may join the attack on Paris. Retreating units, disrupted units, yeah. Might as well get him sort of moving around too. Some of these weaker units can be very useful for. Let's... Did we ever get a... Yes, we did. Okay. Right. Again, our motivation is to try to cut off forces like from that are still out over here from moving towards our main attacks towards Paris. And these are the things I'm sort of dedicated to teaching, is the lessons from history, not so much historical lessons and, you know, this is what happened on such and such day. No, but it's the cause and effects in history. It's why things happened, to understand better why when leftists say, oh, well, if someplace like Mississippi were to declare its independence, they'd be a third world country. They wouldn't want to do that. Or when some other leftist leaders in America were going, oh, these people are voting against their own interests, blah, 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 blah. No, they're seeing everything through economics. They're not seeing it through other interests that these people have. And the way they see the world, where the leftist sees it, they don't see God or, religion as a motivating factor for some of these people. And so, yeah, what are you, okay, oh, you've been pushing too hard into Paris and you've shattered. We've got to, well, I don't know if we've got to, but, okay. These guys are going to stop coming here. These guys and these guys are going to attack here. We're going to try to surround Paris a little bit more. I know these guys are still fighting pretty hard here. We got, oh shit, we're down to one division that's actually attacking. Oh, they're attacking south. They're attacking south. Okay, yeah, you get to stop. Yeah. Battle of Paris. Oh, we finally got it. Now we've got this. Oh, well, whatever. Got Lil coming. Been a bit of a hold up there. Yeah. Well, hopefully they can hold off from their counterattacks. What about coming out to Z here and, why can't you? Huh? There we go. Support that attack. Because we really don't want these guys to get away. Like as in somehow Dunkirk it from the north up here. So we want to keep pushing these guys. Von Mackinson, yeah, you can step back from the attack. Let the other guys go forward into it. Capital ship surface radar is advanced. And I want to teach you know, historical lessons through gaming and gaming videos. Because just writing books, other people have and continue. Okay, I think it's this one is now. Right, capital. Fair control computer. Okay, so we can do this now to increase the battleship's effectiveness that we currently have. So I don't plan on building too many more battleships. Okay, so we've got Calais. Let's push down here towards Boulogne. And let's just generally also push this way too. Until you 7 hours. Utrecht, we're under attack up here. Okay. Hello, Michael. How you doing? You're busy, but any chance we get to see you play in the near future, maybe? Whole discussion. What is the objectives? What is the correct way to see things? Or what color of the glasses you look at things? Yes, absolutely, Beam Slam. Victoria 3. Well, I know it's been announced. I don't know when. I quite honestly haven't paid close enough attention to if they've given a timescale for release. There's a chance. And I just don't know. Here, and will you watch it? Would be the question. I've just really sort of opened up Victoria 2. I've not really played it. And I'm not saying just will you, Michael Fox, watch it, but will the viewers watch it if I make videos on it? That is the question. And I just don't know the answer to that. I'm not anywhere near on anybody's list for that I know of, and I could ask of getting a free copy of it. So I'm probably going to have to buy it. And don't take this as like I don't want to play it. It's more. It's like what happened with. Now I know it's a different game, and people immediately lost interest in it. But Imperator Rome, which they've gone to the point of now basically canceling any future work on the game, so it's failed that badly. So I understand that, but why that is a bit different. So I don't know. If viewers want to watch it, maybe I'll put a poll up on it. That's what I'll do. I'll put a poll on it to see if enough viewers want to watch it. Okay, capital ships. Okay, search radar. That was that one, and it is now. Okay, well, we could do capital ship AA control computer. Because there's a lot to say and talk about in that period of history, that's for sure. Leibstandarte is pushed all the way back to here. Okay, guys, you're going to have to stop attacking because you've got to defend this corridor now. Until at least we get things pushed in here. Okay, you come up to here, you come up to here to guard the coast from counter invasions. We have to protect the ports. We have You can march forward. Uh-oh. Division shattered up here in our attack. Okay, you stop attacking, yeah. I thought that would have been an easier attack spot. Okay, you guys are fairly well shattered. You guys can come in and just hold the line. And you guys come up here to hold the line as well. They're being hit by a lot of divisions. Okay, well, we have a lot of garrison divisions coming. I don't know how many we'll need. I'm so, people just who are watching and who haven't watched my other series on this topic I'm so used to playing with TRE and GGA, which has between them a lot of, particularly GGA more than TRE, but has a lot of spawning divisions that you pay for. They're not free. You gotta pay for them. Though sometimes they're cheaper because they are sort of meant to represent, like, oh hey, we've got a bunch of these Belgian rifles that are Mausers but take different bullets than the German Mauser rifles. So yeah, garrison troops garrisoning, the Netherlands and Belgium and whatnot, or hey, even what were they? The Dutch, were they a Mauser-based weapon? I'm blanking on the Dutch rifles. If Arno wants to post what type of rifles they were. No, were they Mannlichers? Oh boy, I forget. Or captured, Lebel rifles or the Mas 36s of the French. So they're sort of representing, using captured gear to some degree to arm German garrison troops, which was very much a thing. So they're a bit cheaper than regular units, but they're not very good units. So yeah, I'm used to playing with those, so I don't necessarily have to build so many of these, or build maybe this many and not building enough. Okay. Now we will be facing, okay, looking here at, okay, we need to keep our bomber type practicals up. So what we'll come here, we'll do some light bombers, do 3 light bombers, and we want to win whatever air wars that we may be having. No, we'll do 4 fighters. Things for the Battle of Paris aren't looking terribly good at the moment. Gross Deutschland's about ready to tap out. Okay, before they get counterattacked, you guys. And of course, I very well may be doing the wrong. Oh, actually, we're just going to move you to there because we're going to move the motorized force down here. Better to surround Paris a bit more. I will very much state I was sort of hopeful that we would just, race into Paris and find I knew there'd be some garrison forces there. Come that way, we're going to swing maybe around like that. You go into there, you... And we're doing well, it's just difficulties. What is this? Abandoned equipment. Let's go with abandoned equipment. Allied forces abandoned equipment Dunkirk event. Okay. I guess because we've taken Dunkirk. even though it wasn't. Well, this is more the version of Dunkirk here. Excellent. So, Allied forces abandoned their equipment at Dunkirk in their haste to avoid the defeat. Okay, now if this were to be sort of rearranged and say Allied abandoned their forces in Europe, that would be a little bit more. So there's one of four things will happen. Presumably the rarer the better for Germany. I don't know that to be the case, but I don't know what happened. Did we deploy forces somewhere? There we are. Okay, so we've got some light vehicles, some abandoned anti-aircraft, abandoned anti-tank units. Totem constant are up here, right? Okay, the Fallschirmjägers are pushing here. Okay. Now we have, no, I don't want that. I want this. We have, where did they get to? Where did they get to? I know we have some down here, but I thought, here again I go thinking, oh hell, look who was hiding under this defensive unit, a nice motorized division. Oh bloody hell. Not that we're winning or losing without it, but it would be useful. I thought I moved them more up into here. I don't know. Okay. Well, we will drop it. Can we put them here? Oh, I don't know. Okay, we will take this infantry division and drop it here. And we're going to come here and we're going to grab this and this. We're going to hit R and we're going to put these over here. And we're going to come here. We're going to get a sort of standard German. I consider skill level 3 as sort of standard German officer level or general level or of skill. Yeah, standard division. And let's start moving you this way. Let you get organized as you move. Okay, this is just behind rivers, so we're going to attack, attack, attack. We'll see how that, and you can see how this is going. Well, maybe we will add in Hopper. Oh, he is attacking. Okay, good. He's should be a good commander there. Okay, now that, well, those are too weak. Okay, yeah, he'll get there before any attack is at least likely. You come down this way through Boulogne on the coast. Maybe Churchill will make a speech after Dunkirk. Maybe. By the way, where are the British? Well, there's British all over the place here. We have, like here, now he's under a British unit under French command, as we're seeing here, because he has a British flag. This unit here, these two units here are British. So we have a lot of British units. They've just been either integrated, and this is a British unit here, integrated either into the French command structure or currently the Dutch command structure. So that's where the British are. Let's look at revolting risk. Okay, well, they're just all sort of brown. 2%. Now let's look over politics. Well, let's save this just because it's been a while, and someday this will crash. I'm not sure if it'll crash this session, but someday if we kept playing it, we'd crash. Okay, this is taking way too long to end or to save this. So as soon as this saves, we're just going to keep sitting here and waiting and waiting and waiting. As soon as this save, I will probably end, not the stream, but probably end the episode here and restart the game. If you get, because you can see here, it's the counter is going down. If you ever get one of these long ones, it probably will save all right. It'll probably be just fine, but you don't touch anything. You just let it go. Don't alt tab. Don't just let it take its time. And then, okay, see, then that happens. So we saved, that should be good. So, like I say, we're going to end the episode, but not the live stream. We will be continuing the live stream. The episode went way too long anyway, so we will be back with even more Hearts of Iron very soon. And yes, live stream people, we will just reboot the program, not the computer or anything. So just hang loose here for a minute. We will return. I will be back. Well, I'm not leaving anywhere, but the game will be back. The stream will continue as a black screen. Yes, if you're just showing up, there is a black screen. I know it. I could hit the changing games thing, but that's just more issues for more stuff. Okay. And just do that. If you ever get that long save time. They've made it so much more stable, but still there's issues. Some of the better units I was fighting in France that have been, like at Lille and some of the others, if you notice, they had a, not just a British flag icon, but the, not the sort of standardized French division icons, so that you would see that they were, the British were the ones that were the hard fighters more so in there, especially when we were talking single division type engagements. They're the ones that were giving me the real problems. Yeah, sometime soon you should be seeing something up on your screen. Still black, but yes, soon. Loading events, creating checksum. I'm a little surprised it hasn't started streaming the game yet. Should be. Soon. There we are. You should see it momentarily. Right. Okay, so this is up here is actually annexed territory. What I was coming over here to do was to look here. This thing. Okay, so we have full occupation on Poland, military government on Belgium, Netherlands, and France and territories. Of course, the Netherlands has surrendered, but these other two are still in the fight, but we are controlling some of their territory. So this is considered directly controlled up here. We have a 2% revolt risk. Minimum revolt risk of 2%. So I'm trying to do some math here. You don't want me to do your math. Okay, that would be 10 plus. Yeah, okay, so we might be able to get that down a little bit, but that does sort of mean that places like here, non-core, so we have a minus 25% revolt risk, minus 12% from here, but we have a lot of other positives. Let's, if we come up over here, yeah, 2.5. Yeah, so I don't know that we can lower it by putting in more like SS troops up here currently. So yeah, like this unit here has been a bit of a bane for us. This unit retreating out there is British. So you can see all the ones with the blue divisional symbol thing for the HQ. Those are French. The ones with the more colorful ones are British. Oh, we need to start an episode. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here. And if you haven't already, please give the video a like, and of course, if you would subscribe if you're new here. Really appreciate that from everybody. Can you march up into there to deal with this counterattack? Give them another division to help hold. Okay, they're moving there. They can move forward to there. Okay, cruiser surface radar. Some of these cruiser surface search radar. Some of these things I think are just a bit overdone, and some of them I think are appropriate, because I don't know if cruiser radar would be anything different than battleship radar. Now, like motor torpedo boat and other smaller type vessels, destroyers maybe. Yeah, destroyers. You probably need to have a smaller radar package, you know, is in size of equipment. So that you very well might need that, but I don't know about the idea of doing some of these things. I think are a bit overdone. Okay, 8th Infantry Division shattered. That, I think, along with another division that shattered, are over here. So let's start marching you back this way. Let's start marching you back. You can get reorganized, equipped. Okay, so these are the forces that we sent up to retake that beach area. You can head that way. You guys can head this way. Okay, they're being hit by a single division. A little bit annoying, but otherwise all right. Sniper warfare. That I think is under okay, sniper warfare. Okay, 41. We'll stop that. Let's come over here. We can do mechanized offensive and combined arms defense. Well, let's start that one. Naval HQs, very good. Let's. For some reason we got to battle commander, yeah. So let's, now that I didn't know that this had come as something that we can research. Know about these. Right, we want to do combined arms defense. Because even when we're being offensive and attacking, we still get counterattacks and things like that. Cruiser air search radar. And now air and surface radar are somewhat at least different things. Obviously one is trying to see big objects out on the ocean that's you know, over the horizon, and the other is trying to see things not so much over the horizon but up in the air, and it's smaller, and trying to distinguish you know, how many of them there are and that type of thing. You can go there, you can come down here. Well, actually, let's see. Yeah, you move to here. Because if we give the orders for them to go deeper, they will push further without delay. Keep running to large stacks of units. There's another British unit. All trying to get around to Paris. Okay, big stack up here, but who can move? You can move. Go. Go, 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 go. Le Havre. No, not to Le Havre. Down to Cont. And yeah, we'll go out to Cherbourg. Just go fast. Go, go, go faster. We're done back here. Okay, you support that attack there. Okay, they're stopped their attack here, which will hopefully give me enough time to go on the offensive. Just looking at the relative strength of units. You start attacking there so that you're in it. And I want to also with you, but I want you to push that way. And you to push that way. And now that all that's done, let's add in the Panzer Division to go to there, around their side. That way around. Okay, you support that attack there, Guderian. Okay, these guys are no longer being delayed by timing. They might be delayed by units in front of them, but circle around there, you're going that way. And Rommel. Made it to the sea, Rommel now. Push deep in. Switching over, we're not really pausing to formulate a fall rot. We're just going. Von Kleist shattered, which is now over here. Fortunately, he was one of the ones attacking Paris. Okay, Battle of Paris. Well, we're gonna stop them. Stop it. And yes, we'll have a major defeat. I don't know that I like that mechanic, but okay. We're just gonna go more with the hey, we're just gonna surround Paris first. Attitude. And no one's told the AI that they're supposed to just surrender. You have an open city. So you join this attack. Try to get around that way. Oh, command is up in the way. Okay. Major victory. Very good. We've held there from the Dutch counterattack. Another infantry division that we can deploy. Very good. And then we'll drop that here. No, we want skill level 3, but just a generic. That's that's where they went to. Move around here so I can find them again. Uh-oh, we've lost. They pushed us out of Tours. Panzer Division couldn't hold up. Okay, that's one reason that he's not attacking. Oh good, we got there. We're making some progress, pushing down here. Well, some blitzing is going on along this northern front here. They're counterattacking. We can come in here and take that, cut all these guys off. Yes, cool. There we go. That's what we want to see. We want to see nice little pockets like that we can push into. Oh, you guys regained your organization. You're no longer battling undue odds. You know, yeah, we'll just drive you right back there because they're being pushed on hard. Oh yeah, well, we've lost that province right there. Knew we would, because we were retreating from it. What do you know? All right, well, keep pushing. Okay, Großdeutschland, you go take those guys out. Okay, our forces are under attack over here. Fine. Attack here. Okay. Tripartite pack. Waiting for something like this to happen. I normally get it formed much earlier. Panzers forwards. Thurstein is a reprint of the original published. Very interesting. I don't think I have that book. I have Some of Guderian's works. Yeah. Sounds like it would be. Okay, tripartite pact, yes. Invite them to sign the pact. Okay, Waffen-SS command structure created 11th Panzer Division. We'll wait on some of those. Okay, so we have some more fighters and more light bombers coming. Lots of garrison units, some Jaeger divisions. Let's think about this. We could we've got a bunch of U-boats. They're made ready to deploy. I'm just waiting to deploy them into France. Some long-range ones. Well, let's keep our production practicals up on submarines. Let's put in another group of 3 subs. Keep them being produced. Hey, thanks for following. Do appreciate it very much. Let's just get a little ready for occupation duties. Which one is suppression? Okay, that one. Okay, 1711. Yeah, we'll do a fascist militia with an SD. Get some of these guys ready to operate in the west when we start occupying here. I think we've been using that command structure, even though it is a Panzer. Yeah, I know. HQ doesn't matter. And you can come down there and reinforce them. Okay, these guys can start moving. Should have already. Yeah, you don't move. You stay right where you are. We need to keep this corridor open. And the division, or the HQ shattered. Well, at least he's close enough to still exercise command and control. New air combat, or new ace, good, okay. I know we're attacking here at not the most favorable odds. But I just don't want all these guys deciding to escape. We'll keep pushing them back. Let's attack up to that way. I know we did that before and it didn't work out so great, but no, okay, click there. Just because I think a lot of these guys, yeah, are mostly near shattered. Let's move to attack with you as well. Don't let them get reorganized. Soviet Union has decided to buy aluminum from the Netherlands. I wonder how well that's going to go for you guys. Maybe you still get it from defeated Netherlands if they still own it in the Dutch East Indies. Yeah, these guys are being fairly tough fight getting across that river. Okay, small navigation radar. That would be here most likely, and or is that? No. Oh, here, this. It's an airbase thing. Is it airbase? Yes, yes. IFF and night equipment. Avionics. Let's see. Night equipment. Later, IFF. No, we don't do those just yet. All right. Let's improve our light bomber. Designs. Expand our heavy industry. Great. And heavy industry in Berlin. Great. That will really be useful. Okay, well now you push down this way. You can come to here. And you can support their attack. You can support the attack. Well, I guess this looks to be the fastest, quickest cross. Come around that way. Oh, good. Well, they've already made it. It's good. Battle of Luxembourg. They keep wanting to retake Luxembourg. And offer trade from Iraq. We would give them supplies for money. Sure thing. We got lots of supplies. We could use a little bit of money coming in. Seem to want to get Utrecht back for some reason. Is Utrecht something that people really want to have there, or no? Do even the people in Utrecht like being in Utrecht? Let's attack out here again. I think we're organized up and facing a small enough defensive force that we can. Yes, the stubborn. You know, let's look at this from a military and political analysis right here. This is a good analysis point here to look at this. Is the Battle of France lost? Probably, but we are seeing, because we can look here, we're seeing their organization isn't good. And I talked to the developers and they agreed with me, so I think is what they're doing, is that they make it rather hard for once lost for the French to regain organization. They agree with me that the French forces were brittle. They were, they were really good, but yeah, you're doing too bad. You're gonna stop. It's reorganizing themselves is a difficulty in to simulate the way it was for most units in the French army. But the Battle of France may not be lost. But we don't see, anywhere with a successful counterattack. Hardly. I mean, I didn't put hardly because, yeah, we did have the counterattack here at Toul, but it's really not much of a thing. So it is a defensive battle. And although they are defending along the Marne here until we got to here, and they were sort of defending along the Seine until we got to here, that was probably their last real hope of holding off here. But the commanders in France and in Britain might not see France as lost yet. Now, so let's look up here at the Dutch. Well, see, like these units have reverted, these British units have reverted to French control here. I'm not exactly sure understanding exactly why all the logic that switches back and forth of who controls what, but okay. So from the French and British standpoint, tying up all of these German troops up here is a good thing. So delay is a good thing. From the Dutch perspective, what do you want to do? Basically, you're lost. I can't imagine a real-world scenario where, let's just say, more or less here, I mean, they may push us out of here, but more or less here, there's some sort of, World War I type front line that's established. Germany was petrified, the German High Command, I should say, was petrified of that type of outcome happening. They really thought it might happen. And then what the hell were they going to do? Overthrow Hitler and, go, yeah, it was these Nazi dudes and we're done, and tap out, just, or do you go and, hey, we're going to fight World War I again really smartly this time and we're going to try to win it this time. What do we do about what's going on? So they were afraid of that type of thing. So that might happen, but I really don't see, and again, I've been here, I really don't see the Dutch long-term holding out. I just can't imagine that. So from the Dutch perspective, as well as something like a Belgian perspective, is try to evacuate, and also from a British perspective, because the British, you have to understand, British generally, but Churchill particular. Churchill was a historian. I have, as you can tell, great respect for historians. Churchill understood history. Churchill understood the Napoleonic Wars. He understood a lot of the 18th century wars in which sometimes, in 1730s or whatever, sorry, I'm lousy with dates and just which war, there was, a British army rampaging around here. More or less, this was over the war, I believe, over who was going to succeed for the Spanish throne. The Bourbons had sort of the strongest claim to the throne, but a united French and Spanish empires was just too much for the balance of power for the British, but also a lot of the Austrians and others. So they were fighting it, and they eventually, of course, got to the point that they decided to, okay, the Bourbons can inherit the Spanish throne, but the Spanish king cannot be the same guy who's the French king. You can both be Bourbon monarchies, but you can't have the same guy as that. They have to be two separate countries. So obviously quite often aligned at that point, but they have to be two separate countries. And they'll have, even though aligned, they'll have two separate, interests. Because, Spanish king, he may like his cousin or whoever, brother, cousin, whatever, over, depends on who you're talking about, over in Paris, and want to help him out, but he has his own kingdom to worry about and his own interests to worry about. Where if it's a single unified kingdom, they might, screw, interest, sort of Spanish purple interest down here, because, and well, who cares if we lose these territories because we're smashing into Germany or whatever it is. So Churchill is used to the idea that, and so it was sort of a divided what was going on in Spain, because there were factions for and against France. So, there was a British army rampaging around here, but they weren't controlling Spain, because the British army is never big enough to control Spain. And it's sort of like the Napoleonic Wars. Yes, there's eventually, Wellington's army down here. It never controls Spain. It just defeats French forces in Spain, allowing the Spanish to control Spain. And realizing that, sort of in all this context is the BEF, whether it be sort of the historical BEF or what we sort of see here is a bit of an significantly expanded BEF. The BEF, however you want to, from World War I, World War II, or these earlier wars, you really don't want it defeated, because if it's truly defeated, Britain is without a practical modern army, and they succeed, they obviously lose. Hey, Michael, how you doing? And so, getting those trained men out were more important than the equipment that escaped at Dunkirk. It's going to take a long time for Britain to rebuild a good functioning modern army. Yeah, they have another army's worth of equipment and personnel, but it's spread all over, and especially if we're talking the Commonwealth, the Greater British Empire, Imperial Commonwealth, it's spread all over the place. It's in Singapore, because Japan is yet to expand out. It's in Hong Kong, it's in India, it's in Africa. It's all over the place. And also it's one geared towards colonial empire. Some of that is policing, but some of that is just, we don't need tanks in India. I mean, they did have some light tanks, the Vickers, whatever. Vickers Armstrong or something down there. Basically things armed with machine guns. We don't need them because our active military campaigns are in rugged mountains and things, so we really don't need tanks. A few armored vehicles, fine, but which may have tracks on them, maybe technically a tank, but we don't need tank divisions. And dealing with local uprisings, we just need machine guns to spew bullets at people. And similarly in Africa and whatnot. So it's a different organized army than the BEF, but there's still a lot of military talent there. But you can't just, unless you're going to play late period Roman Empire and call all your legions home, you can't just call all of these colonial armies, including ones that are raised locally, whether in India or Australia or Canada, and call them all to Britain, and abandon your empire. You're going to lose your empire. So Churchill particularly understands this, but Churchill also understands from the Napoleonic Wars and other times, Britain can just sit out there, and it's changed with aircraft and ships that no longer require the wind to sail, but Britain can sort of sit out there and not be as invulnerable as it was in the Napoleonic era, because there was, wherever Fishguard is, I think over here, maybe it's up here somewhere, there was a brief French landing of sort of a prisoner unit, a unit of, malcontents that they dump over there, and then they dump some later, another time they dump, a bunch of Irish types, revolutionaries, to do a rising up in Ireland. But otherwise, basically, it's invulnerable. He forms the Grand Armée to invade the Grand Armée of Britain, to invade Britain, and since his fleets can't quite get their acts together and get sunk, he decides to have the army starve to death, the Grand Army of Britain to starve to death here in Moscow. should, just what you do with it once you build one of the most wonderful military instruments in the world and decide to starve it in Moscow. But yeah, so Churchill understands this better than most people, but British institutionally understand this. So you can lose in the continent, but you prepare yourself for that loss. And this is what Churchill is working towards. He proposes a unified government, a union between Britain and France, to make all of their interests one. Now, I don't know what he's really thinking as in government structure, and I don't really think he's thinking that 30 years after the war, the united governments of France and England and their empire will either have a single parliament in Paris or a single parliament in London. I don't think he's thinking those terms. I don't think so. And I don't know that he ever really writes anything down or explains what this union, maybe he does, and I've just never read that bit of his books or something, but really explains what this means. But I think what he's really after with this is try to convince the French to evacuate France and to keep fighting in places like North Africa, where they are currently doing very well, against the Italians at the later stages. And keep these all, get the French Navy out, get all of the French generals and all of the French thinkers out, and technical people, and get what industrial capacity they can out, and really keep that going. Well, that's sort of what, and that obviously doesn't happen, and the French aren't even thinking in those terms. I'll get to some of that, Michael. But that's what they should be thinking about right now with the Dutch, is, as well as all these French units here, that would be better to get them out to Britain and get out, the technical people, the political structure, and as much able-bodied men and maybe some able-bodied women out to Britain and evacuate it. Do sort of a Dunkirk. Okay, why August France still, if you want to make it fall quickly, encircle Paris without trying to conquer? Yeah, that's partially what I've been having a little bit of problem with. The supply will stay in the city and all the units in France will stuff restoration. No, I don't have any. Oh, so you're okay. You have to have Hoi 3 exe in your main folder of your game to run the game. If you do not, there is a problem there. That is why the game might not be running, because it has to run there. You have to have one. It just, the way things work. And yes, it is August. I did try a direct assault for a while on Paris. Now we are encircling it. But we delayed things because of attacks along the west wall that delayed things, kept units occupied. Now, I don't know why they keep attacking out. They should realize that, hey, okay, it looks, well, there's a lot of forces there. 16, 17, these 17 divisions, but some of them are in decent shape, some of them aren't. Well, let's try an assault. We got let's temporarily attach you to, not that division. There we go. Get benefits of. Uh-oh. division shattered. Okay. Start heading forward. I think that was the one that was trying to cross here. Okay, stop that attack. Okay, stop that attack. Yes, major defeat. Keep pushing down this way. Air defense networks, lovely, lovely. Not international here. Construction. Probably. Does it say? I don't know. Oh, that's maybe under artillery. Yeah, here it is. Oh, and we will let this continue. Finland. Yes, you may have energy. We have a surplus of energy. A big old surplus of energy. Yeah, we're fighting against the Royal Tank Regiment and the 15th Scottish Infantry, so we're going to stop that attack. A little too much attacking. Too well defended forces. Looks like we've won at Arras. And now they're cut off down here. Conclusions after victory. Their 18th Infantry Division shattered. Okay. Let's move you to Dieppe. And let's do a sort of, hey, we have a division here. Oops. Just a HQ. Sorry. And let's attach you to our Flieger Corps structure. Not that one, preferably. Nope, not Berlin. Okay, here. There we are. Okay. We're going to send you out as the garrison rear area troops. Well, I don't know that we want to push across the Maginot Line, particularly across the Rhine across the Maginot Line, so we're going to move some of these units out like this. Let's move the divisions now. No, cancel. We don't want to move you like that. We want to move you like that. Or around. Oh, they're just, okay. Well, we'll leave some. Let's see what this attack looks like. Yeah, no. Okay, stop. Stop. Okay. Twin engine armament research have advanced. It's over here. No, maybe it's no. Okay, twin engine. Huh? Oh no, it's over here. It's this one. Stop that. Okay. We'll do medium bomber. Okay, what we probably should do is, well, you stop attacking your... You guys can move up to Brussels. Be ready to operate from there. And you can come to Lille. Be ready to operate there. Because unlike Hearts of Iron 4, you can't teleport across the map to get somewhere. You have to actively fly there. Okay, we won in Versailles. Good. Troops can have a break in a nice palace for a little while. We're in pretty good shape now, so they can move all the way to there. Okay, small warship surface radar advance. Okay, that's maybe what I was thinking we were looking before. Here, right. I guess this is what we want to research next. Good, we're pushing in Den Helder. Okay, guys, you push down this way. Hey, Eric. Very good, Arno. Thank you. Okay, well, you can move down this. No, we'll send you down this one. You had shattered before. I think we'll just leave you there. You at least just start marching while you're rebuilding. Well, yeah. You can support that attack there. Oh, that single infantry division. That's way too much for you to attack. Okay, stop the attack on the... That's shattering way too many divisions. Yep, Amsterdam holds out. All their little canals are messing with us. So what we're doing here is we're going to push up north around here, I guess. Let's move this latest shattered unit that way. Move the SS cavalry up to deal with occupation. Maybe send these guys up that way, and one there, one up there. Come on, kill that stack, then we can use you in other places. Okay, you stop attacking. Yeah. Well, these British divisions are the real pains. You join attacking there. Oh, I was hoping to get these guys before they reorganize, but oh well. Is Paris burning yet? Okay, finally. Air bases have advanced, nice. Here. Let's switch over to hangar maintenance, I guess. And float plane focus is advanced. I do like float planes. I think they're good for lots of operational needs for the period. Are they still being cruiser? Why did I think that? Oh, right down here. Okay, yep, grayed out. Okay, so we've maxed out our float plane technology. Possibly. Okay. Well, greater range, invasion speed, and short bombardment. Those are all nice things to have. But I think greater range is more critical. If we're going to have one and not the other. Not that we won't eventually get both, but... Oh, Howard, I'm doing well, Eric. Thank you. I think we need to make sure we move some of these other forces around. Let's move you to defend the coast. You can come down this way. See if we can keep our momentum going here. Look like mostly HQs in that stack. Anybody not attacking it's in good shape? I guess not. You can come up here and support that attack, I think. Got some nice commander and heavy artillery. Okay, well, our coastal raid so far is doing good under Zorn. Too bad it isn't somebody under famous like Rommel, but come down to Nance, take that. Where is Rommel? Is stuck back here, the Battle of Rion. Can you support that? Maybe we can turn that around. Guderian can support that attack there. There we go, that's much better. Let's move you out to the sea. Wow, we have 2 motorized divisions that have been left here because of having to defend that from earlier, and that is not what we want to have happening. Let's move you over to here. Let's switch one of the divisions there. And you can come back into the line. And the proper division here can start marching that way. Yeah, we'll move that down into here to attack this British division. They're threatening to cut this guy off, but he's just going to keep rampaging. They might just retake some of these ports. That isn't going to hold up to much fighting, so you keep moving along here. You can start marching that way. Okay, got another pocket here. No, I think we're just going to stop. Defend it. Keep that closed. And yeah, I see them moving up this way to sort of maybe open that pocket, but maybe if we kill it before they get there. Probably won't though, but we'll see what we can do. Okay guys, we get it. You're counterattacking us. Oh, these guys are really exhausted. Well, what are we looking like for... Okay, we got some bombers here. You bomb here. Nope. Ground attack. Yeah, we'll use you. Nope, you're too far away. Okay, move up closer. We'll use you. Ground attack. We'll use you if you're in range, or we'll move you up. Oh, you're in range. Okay. Fly over there. Okay, yeah, I guess. You're bombing all these guys here, and they're really near wrecked. Okay, good. Okay, well they made it in time for the HQ to hold off the counterattack. Hey, yeah, there's a German division here. Okay, can't go in. Yeah, you just keep rampaging. You pretend you're Rommel. Okay, we took out that pocket. Oh, what are we doing? What are we? No. Let's come to here. Looks like now that we had those air attacks, should have done that much earlier. We're really hitting them hard. Okay, air liaison. Under Blitzkrieg. So we have air liaison 1941, but we can now do close air support and tactical air. We'll do close air support first. Yes, we'll continue to. Okay, well, we have some SD units. Einsatztruppen, nasty guys. Our armor forces are pretty good, but could use some expansion, but I'm not that worried about them yet. We do have that coming. I have been feeling, in my opinion, a lack of, well, yeah, a lack of just even infantry division. So let's build something of sort of a classic infantry division. Horse transport. Yeah, I think we'll just throw. Well, I'm not sure how many unused HQs we have, but let's just throw in. Yeah, we'll do 6 of these. They should be pretty nice. The Dutch are really doing well here. Yeah, the Dutch are doing reasonably well. It's also, of course, a lot of French help. But no, actually, yeah, there's a lot of French here. A lot of French, a lot of Dutch. Things aren't going too bad for them, all things considered. Okay. You come up to here. You keep coming to here. You can come to there. You keep marching around this way. I'm just hoping to get encircle these guys and push from multiple directions into Amsterdam. Okay, you're here. You get to come up to here. You can go to there too. We've almost got Paris cut off. Support the attack. Okay, well, while these guys are not being attacked, let's do another assault on from here on the Netherlands or on Amsterdam. And probably maybe I just thought maybe I should have done out there just as I started doing this. But oh well. Send in the paratroopers. Yeah, we'll send in the garrison forces as well. Okay, that might be the trick. Okay, we're not getting money for supplies. Oh well. Oh good, we moved into here. Middleburg. No order, okay. Let's push, no, push there. Push there. On these guys that are trapped now. I don't think they'll have supplies for much longer. Because they had been getting supplies through Middleburg. Hello, Rhaegar. How you doing? Yeah, the tank here, if you're talking about, it may get cut off, but he's rampaging around France, having a lot of fun. He's just taking a panzer tour of France and going to capture supplies. Let's push that way. You know, like I say, some of my worst opponents here are the British. I got multiple times murdered in Dark Souls 3 yesterday. Okay, I guess that's not a good outcome. Hope it was fun, though. I don't play Dark Souls, so I'm not very knowledgeable on the game, obviously. Okay, we've almost got Paris cut off. Come on, guys. Old Czech artillery are under attack. Oh, yay. shoot those heavy guns, and well, no, those are just Garrus troops and an anti-tank battalion. Okay, now that you're going to get here, let's look. Victory. Okay, well, going down there is cool, but I think we'll, after coming back, we'll head up to Brest. And we can also look here, or here. Once we get cut off here, we can move supplies via the sea. So, yeah, I think was probably one of the attacks up to this area. Okay, let's, now you're to hold artillery. Let's, there we go. How is this map looking? Okay, we'll get in the units. Don't let them Dunkirk out. Don't let them escape out. Keep pushing, and we are now severely pushing into Amsterdam. Effectively, it looks like. Well, let's counterattack along here. Capital ship, light anti-aircraft. Let it be here. Let's stop this. So at least we have some better anti-aircraft for our ships. Battle of Havre. Let's save this. Well, I think we should continue researching things like this. Better organization for our infantry. Let's look. We can create some divisions, but I'm afraid they're going to pull some stuff away from the general front, so we're going to wait a little bit on that. Okay, I'm going to get some more of these more mobile divisions. Mobile. Leave the infantry divisions for the assault on Paris. So will you move there now that they're retreating? Yeah, I think we'll send Rommel around. Sort of a where they aren't kind of campaign down here. And since they're going that way, let's head towards La Rochelle. And onward. Depends. 10th Panzer Division shattered. I think that was the one attacking up here. But okay, so you guys are reforming. You can come down that way. You're getting better. Go back that way, and Naring's Panzer Division. They're going to lose so many units as soon as they give in. What are these guys fighting against that this is like ultimate defense warfare or something? Oh, good. Good, good. We just murdered them. Look at that. That whole huge stack just disappeared. Okay, that. Now, of course, we're a bit shattered, but let's move you guys up to here. You guys can come to here. You're in a little better shape. Come this way. Right, okay. Yep, we lost that province, but we're going to retake it really soon. Yep. And these guys are mangled. Okay, you support that attack. So now we're hitting it from 2 flanks, and now it'll go much better. That's what they've been trying to stop me from doing. Okay, till we get a armored division here to see about pushing somewhere. Ground attack focus has advanced and yeah, there we go. Stop that, and I think we will come over here and increase infantry morale. Small warship engine advance. And grade out. And this is also warship armament, which is grayed out. Very nice. Okay, heavy anti-aircraft guns for small ships. Okay, let's move the other one down to armor unit combined arms. I've heard that the Fuhrer is impatient to go to Paris and buy some postcards for Eva Braun. Yeah. I was almost going to say, well, if Hitler wants to be the Fuhrer wants to be the general here, he can come and do it. But then, of course, he did, and he messes everything up. So yeah, no, we'll continue this on our own, as it were, at my own speed. We're doing well. May not be quite the historical. No, you don't go there. You go that way. We have one division. Yes, you go that way. Oh, they're pushing us out of here again. Okay. That's the only place they've successfully been attacking. Now they're fighting hard in Amsterdam for some reason. Damn. New general or something, maybe? I don't know. What does the U.S. want? We would give them supplies for money? Certainly, U.S. Yes, please. Okay, Paris is now surrounded. Yes, we lost here. And yes, of course, it's a British armored division that we lose to. Of course. Small warship screws rudder thing. Okay. And now we're just going to stop it, even though it's not grayed out. But this does allow us to increase our other things. Okay, frigates, we might do that eventually, but let's get destroyers. It's going to take the longest to build, and so we want to get that going. Let's save this here. Well, I think we're going to end this episode. I want to thank you so much for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. If you haven't already, please, of course, subscribe to the channel. And yes, we succeeded in taking Paris. Well, no, we haven't taken Paris. Sorry. We've surrounded Paris. Next episode, we will take Paris. Thanks, everyone. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Nuke Paris? No. Never been able to conquer France in the same amount of time it took the Germans, and the defensive bonuses the EA gets are insane. Yeah, Roberto, how you doing? I disagree with some of the stuff that Black Ice does to make the game more challenging. I want a historical game. Now, when I was talking to the devs, they agreed with me, and mostly we're seeing that interaction in that, like we can look here, these units that are attacking me, they have very, very little organization. There are some significant mals to the British, or not to the British, to the French in regaining organization. Where if we look here, we can see the British 4th Infantry, well, I don't know if that's a good, and the Scottish here, they, the British are my stronger opponents here, even though they all, in long distance, look like French, but we can see British. The armored division that pushed us back here are British. This is British here pushing on us, British here. And I did discuss them. And the French forces, they were thought to be the superpower of the day. The Soviet Union was more powerful, sure. Germany was more effective, I think would be the proper term, but not more powerful than the French. Just more effective because of their communications primarily and their mobility. They're more effective than all of the tanks and aircraft and whatnot that the French have. So the French are a very brittle force. They don't take setbacks well. So it's sort of an interesting balance. So you should, and we did see a lot of, oh, we can go here, hello. Well, it's just a garrison unit. Just a garrison unit. I wanted to go across, well, I guess we're occupying with garrison units. They're going to move slowly. No, maybe we'll move, well, we'll move him in too, but we'll move this guy in as well. The HQ, because it's moved much faster. So there were massive waves of French attacks against the West Wall. Partially because, at least early on, I did not garrison them well. That's a bit unhistorical, of course. So the French should be hard initially to break, but once you break one of their formations, it should just basically stay broken unless you leave it alone for a long time and then it can regain organization. Meaning if you're constantly pushing on them, the French should never regain, and that's the way they've sort of tried to define it. Unfortunately, we see things like, well, there was a huge stack of forces sitting in Luxembourg that were Luxembourgian forces that did not exist historically and should not be there. It's partially just because they have so many ICs and capabilities here but they should have a population smaller or whatever. But they had way too big of a forces. And you saw a huge amount of Dutch forces sitting right here. And that all delays you when that should just basically be open, territory to just rush in. And so you should get to them. You compare with private factories, French should work to pay war reparations. Exactly, Rhaegar. Yeah. Well, I think we're going to end this for today. I want to thank you all for joining me. Tomorrow's War Thunder Day. If you want to join me either to watch or to play with us, it's a free-to-play game. We'll even play on the most, lowest levels if you just want to get started. So yeah, I'm just want to take a break, Arno, and everything. So I do thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate all of you. Yes, there's about 17 people between the two, between YouTube and Twitch. I do appreciate it. So see you tomorrow, I hope. Friday, I am streaming Warplan Pacific for Slytherin, and then, of course, next week, Saturday, we should also be doing a stream as well. So hopefully see you then, and of course, watch the YouTube channel. See you everyone.